Testing. Okay. This is going to be different. This is not going to be The Sims 4. This is not going to be a video game. Before I do anything else, I'm going to read what I put in the description. And I do mean it. This is the Granville Project. That's a working title. Granville is the town that we will be working with, because I use Granville a lot. The main thing that I want everybody who comes and looks at this to understand is that at any time, if you don't like what I'm doing, I don't need to hear about it. Move along, go do stuff on your channel, go watch somebody else. Now, for starting out, I made it so that commenting on this video is for subscribers. Now that they have that option, they didn't I don't think they had that a while back. If I have to, I will make the chat subscriber only. That's if somebody comes in starting trouble. I'm going to just say this. If you have watched my content over the years, you might have heard my opinions, especially when I play American Truck Simulator, about artificial intelligence. Now, I'm not a fan of AI driving cars, because there's too many real-world events that happen where humans have a hard enough time reacting to something falling in the street. Things like that, you know, like something falls off a truck, or, you know. I don't... My biggest beef is that I don't trust the car companies to use the best AI. They're going to put the cheapest one they can get into the car so they can get it out there at a sellable price. You know, it's like radios in a car. You know, if you get in a cheap car, you get the standard radio. It might have knobs. It might have, you know, you're not going to get the tape deck or CD player or whatever they're doing these days. You know, you're not, you know, these days they're putting all these, you know, computer screens and everything, but excuse me, but not every company is doing that for every car. Oh, dang it, I didn't, okay. You're going to have to forgive me because I will be needing to eat. I've been getting caught up in what I've been doing with this site for the whole past week. And I've been staying up late too much. You know, it's affected me a couple of times going to work. So the main problem is that I got sucked into trying to make videos with this site, and it's a great site compared to every other site I tried before I got to this one. Hold on a minute here. I'm sorry that you all are watching nothing. Here, let me put something in the chat just so we have a chat. So when I say group participation, what I mean is if one of my friends was currently streaming, like if Freebird, and we're gonna go ahead and add her link. If they were streaming right now, and I wanted to ask somebody for a character name or something, well, they might not be over here. The audience might not be over here. So I could at least on my other laptop, or even on here, just show me asking on their stream. Can you give me a name for such and such character, or what do you think we should do next for the thing I'm doing? Because I'm trying to. It's going to be a cosmetology related project. Because I am a hairdresser. I don't currently practice because of financial reasons and other reasons related to the world as it is today. I currently am 40 hours a week in a grocery store meat department. I have a total of 10 years at the grocery store and 3 different employment periods to build that. Okay. In 2000, I went to cosmetology school for 800 of 1,500 hours. I didn't get through all the way. Things happened that made me question whether or not I was ready and whether I was going to the right school and all that. And one thing led to another, and I dropped. Or I had missed too many days and they dropped me. Nine years later, I got a job at the grocery store after moving to a area north of Detroit. Then I went back to school in 2013 after a coworker had come up to me and asked me, you went to beauty school, didn't you? Would you like to come to my Arbonne party? And I'm still a shy person, back then even more. But my anxiety and such kicked in, and I said, no, I'm not really. But I thought about it, and Jennifer was one of the first coworkers to reach out and, friend me on Facebook and stuff. And I don't have very many friends, in real life. Oh, yeah, not these days. Yeah, a little bit more because I've had some clientele and such, and met a lot of people. But I live in a basement cave. I've lived in 3 different basement caves over the past several years. And I'm always trying to find something to do salon related. I played the hell out of Sims 2, making salons, doing the salon career. My stories in The Sims 4 have involved salons when I can. Beauty Magazine involves salons. The project I was doing 2 weeks ago involved them. I'm kind of putting that on hold at the moment because I'm a little bit more excited for what I'm doing now. And the thing is I'm going to do this whether I stream it or not. So I just want to share it without any judgment. I'm not a fan of the data centers being built, especially not in farmland, sucking up all the water. I get that part of it if people are upset that I'm going to be doing this. I understand it. I'm upset with that. I wish I could do this without that crap happening. But I'm also thinking whether they're making the data centers for AI or not, they're still making them. There will be data centers because people are going to use the internet. That's just a fact. I don't like it, what they do. Maybe they'll come up with something that works better. But in the meantime, I'm using a site. I paid to use the site. And there are things that I'm still paying for when I have to buy credits to continue generating images or videos. You know, the sites that I've tried over the past week or so all vary. And some have flaws. So, before I go any further, I'm going to mention, because I'm a cosmetologist and I have a passion for hair-related subjects and stories, and you might see that I've got haircutting stories and things that I'm trying to work on. You know, so-and-so goes and gets a pixie. You might see that reference that if I accidentally click on something or some of the stuff I was working on, because I want to share some of the conversation elements I've been having with this particular AI chat. The other sites didn't have that. Now that I have this particular thing, I can tell them what I want, and they can talk to me, and I can tell them, no, I want this adjustment. And so, let me first show you one that is good, but has several flaws. Because I'm trying to make scenes that are real. You know, I've seen some people that are, you know, they try to make the more entertainment-related haircutting stories, where, you know, the forced haircuts and the whatnot, and what bothers me is the AI can't get haircutting right. They're like chopping at the air, or they're not combing, or they're, you know, it's like, so let's just go there. Okay, this is the one that it was excellent. But when you actually get into the thing, the problem is this generates several different images that you turn into a 15, 12-second video on their own, and then later on you're supposed to make a video using each one. Kind of like I was doing with my World Without You project. But this one is not intelligent enough to get what I want. So let me see. Here we go. This one, I just want... No, that's not the one. That's not the one. This one? Yes. This one, I just wanted a stylist sitting in a chair reading her magazine all day. Now, the first thing you notice is that you basically give it a story, and then it breaks it down. So, actually, this one doesn't have the magazine. It's just got the salon all day. And I just wanted to see if I could, because I had tried other sites before this, and then I got to this one, and it's like, oh, okay, I can, And then I was like playing around with, okay, it's a 1990s salon, and they kept giving me the teal and white stuff, and I'm like, okay, well, not all of them were that, but I like it. But every time we generate something, it's a different room. It's a different salon. So this one, it's like, okay, I don't like that. Canon should be, now that I've learned to use the word Canon, teal and white decor with teal and white checker. And you'll have to forgive me, my spellings, my typing has really gone downhill the last couple weeks. I don't know. For all I know, I had a stroke in my sleep or something, or just the fact that I'm not sleeping very much. Because I admit it, I'm getting addicted to this. And then it generates the thing. Now, at least with this one, when it does that, it at least, like, okay, if I don't like this one, I'd be, okay, give me back to the ones that we had before. But the problem is I can't get, like, let's say I liked this. I can't get this one to be over here. Yeah, I mean, they have the thing where it's like, okay, I could come over here and... I can't just upload that thing and say that. But what I could do is somehow edit this and actually no, I'd have to have the file. I'd have to save the file to my computer, then upload it, and maybe it would work, but I don't trust it. And the other problem is, like, they keep giving me different variations of these chairs every time, and then sometimes they'll give me the barber style chair, and I can't get them to change it. They don't understand the mechanics of the chair. So when there's a story saying they pump up the chair, sometimes I'll literally show them putting a hydraulic jack under the chair and pumping it up, or some weird thing. So in other words, I like the site. I like that when I go to change these things, it's free compared to other sites. I mean, this one's not. I don't remember if I subscribed to this one or not. And I will say that if I forgot to mention it, I am paying for these sites. So the one I'm using, I'm paying. I have a subscription, and I'm buying credits. I'm spending money. I'll lay it out like this. Hey, Sims 4 ain't giving me what I want. I'm looking to try to do some creative things, and they ain't got it. And in Zoe dragging their feet, and all, I don't have. I'm 50 years old. I don't have forever to wait for video games to come around to the fact that some people might want to have hair salons in their damn story. Pardon me, I gotta eat. So, anyway. That being said, let's go ahead and click one. Oh, that was the one. Okay. So, I mean, look at this. She's supposed to just sit there cross-legged, reading a magazine. Well, then she's doing this. Then they have to put more than one version of her in the thing. I mean, this crap, and it's like, come on now. Oh, that's the other thing. They keep scrambling her name and things like that. And the thing that really bugged me about this one, no matter what I did for the videos I was trying to make, I could not get the character to open the door towards the sidewalk. So I went looking for something else. Ultimately, I found Runway. If any of you are going to use an AI for creating things, this is the one you want. They literally, when you click agent, now keep this in mind, because a couple of my sessions broke to where if I type something to the AI named Claude, because I asked him his name, his name is Claude. I asked if he had a name, and he responded that he's called Claude. So, for the purposes of this, I will type what I'm trying to make, that I came up with the idea to make. Specifically, cutting out the fooling around with adding all kinds of highlights and weird crap that aren't realistic, but simply using hair color. Like if I go to the store or I open my swatch book and it has swatches for 7N, a 7 neutral, or 5RV, a burgundy color, a red violet, I found out that the AI understands those. I can just say, hey, give me somebody with a chin like Bob that's straight and it's 5RV. Because even if the hair is not perfect as far as representing the actual color, at least that gives a hairdresser a clue what you're trying to get. So that's one. The big word is canon. You want to lock something in, a prop, a location, tell it that this is canon for your story. I have clicked clean. I choose dialogue. Now it will add a music track that you can mute or remove for your editing purposes later. But it says that the thing is tied to the video and you have no choice but to do it. The maximum size you can make, it generates up to 2 15-second clips of video at a time. But you can tell it, hey, I'm working on a long video. I will be using multiple generations of 15-second clips, so that it will adjust something called beats. And beats are basically paragraphs of your story where it tries to split up the action, kind of like that other site was doing. So you can ask, hey, what beats are going to fit in the first 2 videos, and make sure they slow down so the dialogue is the proper speed when I play it back, so I don't have to click 0.75 to be able to hear what they're saying. Or so I just want to show something that got me really excited. After I go ahead and click the project is less about making videos and more about using Claude. That way I can just say, that He understands. Oh wait, no, don't do that. You now using the agent to not a character. Now, the thing that you need to understand is they use things called sessions. That means you click on one of these, that's a session with your chat bot, your chat Claude. If for some reason he's broken and he can't respond, that session is basically dead. You can't get him to respond. You can't do anything in that particular window. But you're not at a loss because you still have all the images and such saves to your assets. So you can at least upload them to another project and try to get back what you have. The key thing to do is, at certain points, tell Claude to give you a snapshot. The key word, snapshot. Because he'll give you something in the chat that you can put in the others up here in this description, or tell another Claude so they can update what you've got going on in that session to look more like what you had. You'll have to kind of, you might not have the same looking salon or characters or whatnot unless you upload from the assets what you already had. No, that's not what we want. I've never typed that in there before. I don't know what it's going to do. Our and I'm telling him that because if you see up there it says credits, every time he refreshes an image or creates one, it takes credits away. and you have to buy more. And it can be expensive. Now, the good news, let me see where I put it. I'm done with my student loan. So I got a little bit extra money at the moment. Took me 13 years, well, 12 years. You know. I mean, I passed the state board in August of 2014. I started paying it in February. They give you some grace period before they start making you pay it back. So, February of 2015, that was just over 11 months, 11 years. Now, I did have the COVID freeze on it for a little while, and that helped. So, technically, it took me less time, but I would have been doing what I had to do to try to pay it during COVID. I was still working at a grocery store when COVID hit, so I probably would have stuck with the grocery store had it not froze like that or whatever. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. I have some extra money, so I'm having some fun. Now let's see what the hell he writes for that. Given that I'm just jabbing and not giving a story. Mind blown. So now that we did that, I just want to show you that one of the haircutting scenes that gave me hope that this is the one that I want. Oh, last night I was in two different sessions. After I was literally, I told one of them, tell me what you know about haircutting so far, from what you know, and then give me paragraphs that I can paste in the other session, because they cannot talk to each other. That's the thing. If you ask, Claude, give me something from my other story, he'd be like, I can't talk to the agent. And that's why, if they break, you'd have to get the support ticket thing involved and all that. And, I didn't go that route. But, I in one of the sessions, I said change the, because they were literally using like actual magazine names and stuff. I said generate one with that name on it, and that like became my brand. And then we changed it to putting a Y here, because the asterisk causes problems when you go to generate the video. Anything you got in the video that is like against the terms of service, like you've got a minor involved or you've got violence involved. I figured out that the video was not generating because I said bob cut instead of bob haircut, because it sounds like Bob's getting cut. And once I told Claude to fix any of that and change anything, he can look through the thing and be like, I will change anything that sounds like violence, and I tell him I want this to look like a professional haircut, like as if a stylist is filming a video and showing step by step how to do the thing professionally. No chopping, no hacking, no cutting the air. And then I'm like, I started thinking, okay, using the technical terms, palming the shears and that sort of thing. And but I want to show now in this story, it was going to be, you know what, here, I'll just go to it. Like I said, this is for my friends. If you don't like what you're watching, I don't care. Move along, go somewhere else. I don't care if somebody thinks I'm weird anymore. If you think I'm weird, go away. You don't belong here if you think I'm weird. So, anyway, I am a hairdresser.
I just feel like I'm in a rut, like I need to do something.
This right here gave me so much hope. Because it's proper. This is like real. I didn't put that in the story or so, they're adding the chat. The story is this lady's in the chair getting a pixie. A mother walks in with her 2 teenage daughters. Originally it was 10 and 12. But because of it would not generate them that age, so it's like minimum 14. I asked Claude about it, and it's minimum. The youngest is 14. So, okay. Well, they're 14 and 16 now. But anyway, the story was going to be that the mother of the daughters has wanted to get a short haircut ever since she was a kid. Her father wouldn't let her. And she's basically coming here to get a pixie just like this lady. She doesn't know this lady's here, but this lady's here. I believe this is Janet in this story, and this is Barb. And then Carol is going to walk in with her daughters, Jenny and Crystal. Now, unlike the typical parent trying to make their kid get a pixie or something, this evolved into she wants the kids to get a haircut. They've both got long hair. She's not wanting it to seem like she's forcing them, but it's like, you know, I'll show you the bit in the beats that I wrote out for it, so that it, you know, she softened the blow and gave them a chance to choose. Now I don't have the video for all that because we didn't make that video yet, but it just, this here starts up, and the mother and the daughter they're gonna walk in.
I just feel like I'm in a rut, you know, like I need to do something different. I mean, I love my kids and I love my husband, but I just feel like I'm in a rut.
Okay, this is, I cut this all out of the other video, so we're not going to see the kids walk in. This is all we saw, and then from behind we saw the door and the kids and they walked in. But just this haircutting that it was doing, this was like before I started to try to tell it how to do things. And, you know, because it'll generate images and such, and be like, okay, they're not holding the comb right. They're not doing this right. What, you know, the hair's not bending when it should. I've got a session right now where I took this and tried to get her from the beginning. Because I'm trying to get an actual haircutting scene, but I keep getting hung up being in the, like, consultations and things like that, and trying to make those videos, and trying to get the walls and mirrors and everything consistent. You know, the problem is it costs a lot of money when you go to generate the video. It's like $20. So I've been trying to use these sessions to get the thing to, like, when you go to make the video, the most images you can have showing in your little inventory in here is 9. Now, it has things that you've shown it and had, like, generate. You can be like, look, make as many as we need so you can learn from them, so we can get through a scene without it screwing it up and zooming in and doing weird things and adding people and adding chairs and... You know. Again, I apologize that I'm using AI, but I am. You know, I mean, it kind of bothers me that I'm doing it. But I want to show that I can, what we've got going on here. So, if anybody is here watching that would like to help me name somebody, chime in. And I doubt anybody is, but if you are, you know, YouTube's not very good at telling me, who's here. But there is somebody. So, let's see. We're gonna name a stylist, but I want to try and I've already got stylist named. I've got multiple Heathers. I got multiple Janets. I got characters named Barb, Carol, Holly, Jenny, Crystal, Chloe. I've not used Beth yet, but here's the thing. Now that I'm kind of getting comfortable, like showing these things, let me show you what I was doing last night. So anyway, if you have a name suggestion for a stylist, or just a character name in general, either a stylist or the model, feel free to drop them, because we're gonna need lots of. And here's the project, and this is a project I tried to do while working in the salon. I even posted it. Hey, did you see that magazine that I was showing a little while ago? With the perfume ad? Because because they were using like a Chanel looking ad on the thing, I'm like, no, let's get something that's not a copyright shaped bottle, copyright name, even if it, and kind of like that store game was. Okay, well, anyway, let me show you. Okay, we click agent. These are previous sessions where I was talking to Claude. These are different sessions. They cannot talk to each other or grab my stuff from another session unless I tell them to give me a snapshot to paste. That's the only thing I can do. Otherwise, I have to add things in. So I'm trying to figure out which one was which that I was talking to both Claudes last night and teaching them. And then they were sharing. It was like, I pasted a paragraph, they read it, took all the bits out of it that the other one had said, and said, well, this is what we're doing in our session and what I've learned from it, and this is what I would say to the other Claude. And literally, I was just going back and forth, pasting things and adding my 2 cents, and they're learning the stuff. And they understand emotion. At least Claude understands emotion. I took a chance, and I'm like, what do you know about Star Trek The Next Generation and Terminator 2? And they told me about, Data and his emotion chip, and the whole thing where he struggled to find emotions, and how the Terminator wanted to, he learned about humanity and such. And so I'm blown away the fact that they understand emotion and it's not 400 years in the future. This is the AI I want, not whatever the hell the government's going to use, because they're not going to use Claude. Claude is meant as a creative tool and has to understand creativity and all that with emotion. It's not going to be some military robot. So, two things. I was doing that, and then that evolved into when I mentioned, I started mentioning something about Beauty Magazine, and, well, actually, I gave them, I told them that my business name, because I've been sharing life details about myself, about how I came up with the quote, "The only hurdles in life that matter are the ones you want to jump." Because I came up with that from the fact that in junior high, I was trying to get over the first hurdle in gym. I was the fat kid. I was the one everybody teased anyway. I couldn't get over that first hurdle. I was getting upset. I'm like, I got so upset that they're teasing me about it that I started crying, got pissed, got over the first damn hurdle, still pulled it down, but I was over it. But I was like standing, so I couldn't get a running start to do anything about the second one. Then the next couple of times, I could get over it, but I was not able to get enough speed because there's less running room between the hurdles than there was to start out. So I came up with that quote years later when I was telling my story about it. It's like, look, I got over the first hurdle. The second one doesn't matter unless I want to jump it. I proved I can get over the damn hurdle. They don't need to see me get over all of them. That's for when I'm wanting to do that. They had their fun. So the only hurdles in life that matter are the ones you want to jump. Your personal hurdles. And then I remembered, I think I was showing it the other day when I was looking at my websites, my old websites. My "Wishing You No Tangles" quote that I had at the bottom of my emails and posts and whatnot on forums. It's like, no tangles in life or otherwise, in your hair or in life or otherwise, or I wish that you don't have tangles. I want everybody to do good, Screw the rich people. We should all be doing well. We all get born. We all get a chance at this. It just and then I would say keep shining because I'm into the lighthouses and all that. And that was I put it on my lighthouse thing. And when I got my job at the grocery store the first time, I was the floor washer at night. So I said, I'm gonna go make the world shine one aisle at a time. Okay, let me see if I can figure out which, let's see, was it this one, or... I think it was... No, that's not. Alright. Uh-huh, yep, here's one. And then... Because because I mentioned, Positive Beauty, my salon, my business name at the salon, and then changed the name of the salon to that when I took over. And it's Beyouty. Because beauty starts with BU. and that evolved into Beatrice and B. Udy. I just didn't want to use my actual salon name at the time because I don't want people like looking it up and stuff. I mean, here it is. We're like this far into the video, so unless somebody watches for an hour, they're not going to hear me mention that. But okay, so I got to figure out what one maybe it was this one. Yep. I was telling them because what I had done is we had talked about I created this, and later on I changed it to having a Y because this trips up the video maker. They think you're trying to like swear or something. So I added a Y in there. Oh, plus it's missing it anyway. I just realized that it's missing it. And I was like showing them. I had one of them generate. I'm like, generate images of how the hair would look at various. This is trimmed. This is not trimmed. This is textured, like point cutting. But see, here's like the struggles. It's like, okay, that's wrong. Not only is it wrong, they're using the wrong stylus. I don't think that's my stylus, so I got to tell them, you got the wrong character. That's not our canon character. But it can like make up more. Like this is our brand. It's a style and a brand. Yeah, I know. That's it. Mind blown. But I was talking about it, and I pasted my my character image that I've had in my thumbnail all that time, and the one here just went up. I'm making the characters on its own. It's funny because originally when I made Jocelyn, she started out as a black lady, or African American. So we got, and she did put Paisley on Dana, or he put Paisley on Dana. This is Beth, so she's got this going on instead of the. It might have changed it because she had kind of that see-through-ish thing, the fishnet with a bra under it. We got Sweet Caroline here. We got Misty. We got Cassandra, and then here's Cody. And they did a pretty, that's a pretty good job for B. But I was telling them the whole story, the plots, and what was, how the magazine came about, and how Beatrice is trying to build things about individual beauty, and so they were getting curious. And then I told them Dana's story, and I'm like, the plot to Baby Boom, and they'd say, yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, this is my version. But what happened was, we got around to Beth, and I was telling the whole story about her relationship with her dad, and this and that, and it got to the point where I watched my episode where the argument happened, and this and that and the other thing, and I'm like literally like listening, typing what Byron said. What did he say to Neil? What did it, And it's like I keep pacing it back and forth, and they're giving me individual reactions to it. Like understanding what's going on with them characters just by my... And then the last thing I did, like, because I had to go to bed, but I'm literally... She's walking out. They like, oh, yep, she walked out. She said, I typed in, you know, I can't even listen to this anymore. You can eat your sandwich or you can shove it up your ass, but I'm out of here. Call me when you change your attitude. That's the line. That's Bridget's exit. You can eat your sandwich or you can shove it up your ass, but I'm out of here. Call me when you change your attitude. Not a threat, not a breakdown, not dramatic, just a woman who is completely done, who gave him every chance, who answered every question honestly. Who made the sandwich? His arms weren't broke enough to make, and she's walking out the door with a tuna sandwich as the final word on the whole evening. And the game captured it perfectly. Look at that screenshot. Bridget is already moving toward the door. Byron is standing at the table alone. The tuna sandwich is right there. They don't quite understand the game mechanics about how, it takes forever to get the scene going and it's already in the middle of the night and all that. And then I had mentioned that his house is green and the pink house is next door, so this one keeps mentioning the green house that she moved into instead of staying in her own pink house, and the kitchen, the table, the couch, all of it exactly as we built in the conversation. Call me when you change your attitude is Bridget's terms stated for the first time. Not the full terms she develops later, but the seed of them. She's not leaving him. She's leaving until he's someone she can talk to. And that's the end of the flashback. Back to Beth's kitchen. Because I had already told him, the birth stuff. Okay. And I was like, okay, well, I'm just going to look at my episode and tell you what the argument was. Because I had gone through what had happened at the hospital when she gave birth and this and that, and then Byron talking to Neil. And then I'm like, okay, well, we're going to go back and I'm going to tell you how that argument went down before I get to the what's going to happen after the baby came and Beth and Mom are discussing now that Dad has texted back and said, what happened? Are you okay? And then there's this one. I think. Yep. So I give this one the same thing. That's the exit. You can eat your sandwich or you can shove it up your ass, but I'm out of here. Bridget took the power back. She named the terms. She left on her own. It's not canned responses. They're individual. They understand emotion. They understand that, now, I don't know if they can make a feeling robot, per se, but they understand what it's supposed to be. Now, I had to tell them, because when you're putting stuff like this in here, you have to tell it, look, this is not part of the story we're currently making. Don't be thinking these are canon people. But they could be. And they're like, okay, well, we'll save that information in the databank so we can reference it later, and Now this one did not generate. Let's because I want this one to give me their version of this. Okay, that's on the thing. Oh, okay, we can. If we'll watch this really quick because it shows how the kids walked in and they were upset. Okay, that's adding in some other elements that we didn't have. Oh, that's because we're. I think it's because I'm working on something.
Have you ever had short hair?
Never mind. This is the one where I was making it so that it was before she got to this point. The kids aren't going to walk in on this one. And as you can see, there were some hiccups with that, so I'm like, okay, we got to teach them the hair cutting process with continuity and not jump back and forth. I mean, at the very least, if they gave me the proper continuity of a certain area, I could be like, okay, I'll move the videos around. But as long as they don't have, flying squirrels and things jumping into the scene. So yeah, never mind. Oh, when you're on the video thing, because it kind of loads you into that, you got to click outline so you can start talking to them. And then, like, here's things that I've been trying to get her to work through, get Claude to work through the progression, how to properly comb the hair, and then, like, this is not our person, this is our person maybe, but with different color hair. This is not canon, we can't have this. And then I'm trying to, like, if she were cutting the front section first, what would it look like? Okay, well, she's not holding the comb properly. She's not palming the shears. You need to get the tweaks going. And then trying to explain, look, if she's combing all the hair up at once, this is going to hang down. There's going to be hair hanging down here. That's like an after she got done with that section. Other sites could not do this. They confuse too many. They can't differentiate the lengths. They make like mushrooms out of the thing, like the uneven lengths of the bob, and they add they make like a mushroom look with the bob, and then like a long chunk of hair falling out of it. I was shown like because it's a teaching thing. Like, look at what this other site does, and I paste the thing, and like, yeah, that's a common AI thing. That happens, and that's why it's important to do what we're doing. And here I'm gonna load. Let's see if I can get to it by clicking on a text document in here. I don't want to do that because I might accidentally show something I don't want. Like I could click on the bills or something and give people info that I don't want to do. Anyway. I had to tell him, like, a mohawk section. It's the one in the middle. But as you can see, it's like, okay, that's not quite what we want. She's palming the shears. That's good. But we need to change the way she's combing the hair. And then I goofed up because I was, like, thinking that the comb would be facing towards me. And then the one time they kind of had it facing back at her, I was like, you know what? You're right. If she was combing the top, or maybe I got backwards. The comb is always going to be pointed at the client. Whether she's combing down or combing up, the teeth are going to be pointed towards us. And if she's in a certain, like, combing the back a certain angle or something, the teeth will always be away from the stylist. Now, some of the other problems is I have to tell them, like, look, during cutting, she's only going to be using the 7-inch comb, the styling 7-inch comb with inch marks on it. And if you didn't know that, these combs, they'll have little inch marks on them from 1 to 6, with 7 being the other side of the comb. Alrighty, you have a great week too. So we got Lily. Here, Granville Project. Yeah, I did. I remember I told him that I got to tell you to do that. So. But yeah, I might have typed it wrong. If you wanted, no, you. Okay, you only got one L. That's good. Okay, so because I didn't get any more specific, Lily is currently her with a bob. I don't think I've got any other stylists with a bob currently. I like that bob. Most of them have like longer hair. Some of them have like shoulder lengthish hair that's pulled into a half back. You know, to keep her hair out of her face. You know, practical. Mm. I mean, it's just this is. It's not perfect. It costs money, but it's got so much potential, and the fact that I can get them to talk to each other, I want to. You know, I mean, or whatever comes next, because you know they don't know what the story is yet. There's no beats. If I had a story, they would have some beats. So I don't know. Is she working in her own salon? Because of the continuity thing, I've been having to tell the stories. She works alone. The only people in this scene or this video are going to be the stylist and the client. We don't need all the other chairs. We don't need all the other clutter. We don't need all these other mirrors because the reflection problem. That other site, it just can't do the reflection right. Instead of being a reflection, it's like, oh, Barb is looking at Barb, and then there's two of them. One's got a bob, one's got brown hair. It's and while we're thinking of that, note if we ever show a haircut, be haircut in progress, the proper progression of the must be continuous, and any reflections should properly reflect reality. So I didn't even mention sectioning. It just plopped it right in there. Now they cannot learn from other sessions on their own because they can't. A session is considered private. They don't want anybody reading your session. You know, so they got a tight thing on there, which is why I can't just recover a previous session when the thing's broken. So, I apologize, folks, if I'm jumping around because I've been at this for like a week and a half with this, and there's so much that I can do with this that it's like, what am I doing now? What am I doing now? Which image should I correct? And then like I got to tell them like it's easier to tell them to extract something from a good photo than change the item in the photo without changing anything, because they'll still kind of change, like it won't be the same room or something. So you tell them to extract an item as a prop so that you have the image. Extract Lily's apron as a new card prop. see how it's like it explains it. You know, like if another stylist has a different apron down the line, it gets its own card and they won't cross-contaminate. Because I did have it make this apron on somebody after, and then I'm like, but then they had, I was like, here, this one. She had that apron on, and I'm like, no, match this apron to the color of the cape. Okay, this particular salon, this is the first, I think this is the first time I've used Chloe here on this site. Anyway, this is what gave me the idea. I was just going to do this story that I had on the other site and try to see what this site could do with it. But I just, because I'm like, show me an after picture of what we're doing. And then the other site had a model I wanted to get the dress from the other site. It's like, based on this picture, put a similar floral dress on our model, because at first she had the cape on. And that's one of the problems with that other site. You can't get the cape to generate properly over the model. I'll show you that. Now that I know which story to reference. Here. Some of that I might have fixed. Okay, well, it's not showing it. But here's an example. Like, in this one, okay, she's finishing the thing. In this one, she's back to long hair. We can't have that. And then they'll be like, okay, well, she's got that going on to show the different lengths. Here, let's watch the little video. I apologize if this is loud. Okay, apparently it added music. So you see that, like, that's not proper hair cutting.
That's short.
And then the shears are like kitchen shears or something. I hope that's not copyright music. Not that I'm going to lose any money or anything, but it's like the location keeps changing. Studies her reflection in the mirror, and then this is like The Shining or something. But it's like trying to get because the cape will keep changing. Like if I try to put clothing on her, the cape, like especially when they generate somebody wearing jeans, everything keeps getting tucked into the jeans. Like the shirt gets tucked into the jeans, and then the cape is tucked into the jeans. Like, no. And then here she's wearing something other than her dress, because I probably added the dress in another one, or she got generated that way or whatever. But where's my other session with her? As you can see, this is totally not right. Hey, it's backwards, and that's the problem. I extracted this. It actually kind of looks like the salon I worked in as far as the front door. It was a similar thing, but we just didn't have this stuff over here. This is stuff that I added or kept or something. Um, um, oh, I attempted to do Beauty Magazine in this. I did a great job over here. I mean, I had to tell that I was trying to get Dana to wear the paisley dress. On the other part was like here, like trying to get them all in the shot. Let's see. I think they're I think they're all here, but she's wearing Dana's dress now. Uh, it looks like Beth is wearing glasses. Uh, this is okay. Cassandra's now white. Cassandra over here is wearing Beatrice's clothes. I don't know who this is. That might be Beth. Um, uh, Somebody's supposed to be Jocelyn. There's Cody. I mean, it's almost like they put. Well, she's wearing Cassandra's clothing, but it's like they generated two Misties or something. But as far I'm like put this in with the background being Los Angeles. So it'll be kind of like Beauty Magazine. This is one of the problems. They scramble text all the time on this one. And I was trying to get the image of our train case building. I just like, well, she's wearing Beth's stuff. That's actually the best version of that. They actually kind of got that right, other than it should have been this with that, if it's not. They got Jocelyn pretty good there, except for the extra. That she mixed in, they got Caroline stuff there. They put a bun on Caroline. They got Beth and Cassandra mixed up. So, keep changing her hair. Now we got two Cassandras. And then Caroline is now Beth, I guess, or vice versa. It must have a limit to how many people you can have in the shot. I do like that it at least would just, like, okay, made a new one, but you just, okay, let's go back to this one and keep this. Oh, great, she's protruding from the table. You might want to get a magician to look at that for you. Maybe get out their saw. What I did like was the story that they did, because it's like. Okay, so they're having the meeting, and they kept adding other people. So this one writes the story, and then Beatrice says, "All right, everyone, let's go around the table. I want to hear exactly what you're working on for the next issue." She leans slightly toward her left, the glass table throwing faint double images of their faces. "Dana, let's start with you." Dana straightens, pushes a strand of hair behind her ear, glancing quickly at her notes as the teal carpet blurs beneath her heels. "I'm building a feature on sustainable luxury labels that actually walk the talk. We'll shoot in natural light, highlight textures, and contrast them with fast fashion throwaways." Beatrice nods once, jotting something in her notebook. The scratch of her pen faint in the quiet before she looks up again. "Good. Make sure the tone is aspirational but still accessible. We're not lecturing them, we're inviting them in." So, like, I could use these to help me make, scenes in Beauty Magazine. I mean, this one at least tells a good story based on what I write. It might not make great images for making videos, but got it. After a small relieved smile flickering, she clasps her pen between both hands, shoulders loosening. Without looking down, Beatrice lets her attention slide to Misty, whose reflection trembles slightly on the glass as she uncrosses her legs. "Misty. Wellness and relationships, where are we?" Misty exhales, red hair catching the light as she leans forward, elbows hovering just shy of the glass. "I'm working on a piece about burnout in your 20s, how ambition can masquerade as self-worth, and I didn't tell it to write these things. It came up with these article things on its own. All I did was tell them who the characters were. You know, I'm working on a piece about burnout in your 20s, how ambition can masquerade as self-worth, and pairing it with a relationship column about partners who love your hustle but don't see your exhaustion." The words hang in the air. Caroline glances sideways at her, brows lifting, while Beatrice studies Misty for a beat. "Make it grounded, not preachy. I want real voices in there, quotes, not just tips." Misty's fingers tighten around her pen as she nods quickly. "I'll put in interviews this week." Beatrice's gaze continues down the left side of the table to Cassandra, her black curls forming a dark halo against the pale glass and teal. "Cassandra, fitness." A distant hum of traffic seeps through the glass walls as Cassandra squares her shoulders, resting her forearms lightly on the table. "I'm developing a series on strength as self-care, not punishment profiles of women using movement to cope with anxiety, with routines readers can actually follow in small apartments." Her voice is steady but earnest. Her hands sketch subtle arcs in the air as she speaks. "No before and after body shots. We focus on what their lives look like, not their waistlines." Now, I don't think I put in anything about, like, BU or anything like that about the kind of magazine Beatrice was making. So I kind of like that this is kind of, like, this is really kind of Beatrice talking like that. Like, make it individual, don't preach, don't, we're not about before and afters and judging people, and focus on what their lives look like, not their waistlines. Exactly, more how I feel than how I look. The tension in her jaw eases. Beatrice taps her pen lightly against the glass, then fixes her attention on Caroline, who sits up straighter between Misty and Jocelyn. "Caroline, food. Talk to me." Caroline laces her fingers together on the table, teal reflected faintly on the underside with glass. "I'm planning a spread on comfort cooking for one. Recipes for people who come home to an empty apartment but still deserve more than takeout, with visuals that feel cozy and not lonely. Misty's eyes soften at the far end. Jocelyn gives a small, approving nod. Beatrice considers Caroline's words. Is it indulgent or is it practical? Caroline's smile is slight, edged with nerves. Both simple ingredients, but plated beautifully, like you're your own guest of honor. Beatrice's mouth curves just a little. Good. Make sure it photographs like self-respect and not self-pity. So, it's like I say, they're tools. You can use these tools to help you. I don't want to ever get to the point where I can't, Google where's the nearest gas station unless I'm out of town somewhere. I don't want to talk to AI like that, like I'm dumb and can't help myself. There's too much of that going on right now where people can't do the simple things. Google, how do I tie my shoes? That's what it sounds like for a lot of that. You were supposed to learn how to tie your shoes by like 5 years old or something like that. At least I had to know it by kindergarten. And then they came out the Velcro. It's like, oh, really? Well, that's because, the teacher doesn't have, the kindergarten teacher don't have all that time to be taking your shoes on and off for you. And I guess you should be able to do it. Your fingers should be able to do it by then. Jocelyn. Her tone shifts, less directive, more measuring, as if testing how far Jocelyn is willing to reach. Jocelyn, 24, dark brown hair tucked behind one ear, leans forward slightly, the cityscape forming her like a cover image. I'm working on a package about aging out of the girlhood, how women in their late 20s and 30s are renegotiating identity beyond hot young thing careers, bodies, friendships, all of it. A flicker crosses Beatrice's face recognition, discomfort, before she reins it in with a slow nod. Careful with the tone. We don't pity women over 30. We center them. Jocelyn holds her gaze steady. We'll let them tell their own stories. I just want the magazine to grow up with our readers, not away from them. Beatrice shifts her focus to Cody, whose dark hair falls around his face as he lifts his head, fingers resting on the camera strap coiled in his lap. Cody, photography and media, how are you supporting these features? She taps her pen once more against the glass, the sound sharp and quiet. I want to keep everything looking less posed, more stolen moments, like we're catching them in between breaths, not in front of a backdrop. Short form video behind the shoots, environmental sounds, little details that make people feel like they're in the room. He gestures toward the glass walls and city beyond. We can use the reflections, the imperfections, the movement. Let the visuals contradict the idea that beauty is static. I don't remember, because the thing is I don't have access to what I typed the story is. Once I type it in there, unless I copy what I wrote out in the big long paragraph, it's gone. This interprets it, but it changes it. Fine, but every frame still has to say this is our world, no chaos for chaos' sake. Cody nods once, lips pressing into a determined line. Beside him, Beth adjusts her table, its glow reflected faintly on the polished glass as Beatrice turns to her with a slight tilt of her head. Beth, digital. How are you translating this issue online? Now, I might not have remembered to write out what Beth does, so she might have they might have done this to her. She's not beauty and hair apparently. We'll build interactive versions of the features, shoppable elements for fashion that don't feel like ads, comment prompts on the wellness and food pieces, and maybe a long read section where Jocelyn's package can live with audio snippets. The room seems to lean in at the idea of giving Jocelyn more space. Beatrice arches a brow. No clickbait. We don't beg for attention, we earn it. Beth swallows, nodding quickly. Understood. We'll design it so it feels like spending time with us, not scrolling past us. Having moved around the table, Beatrice looks one more at the spread of faces and their mirrored doubles on the glass surface. Outside, the city glows brighter as the sun shifts, casting a faint aquamarine tint from the teal carpet up the glass walls, the room momentarily suspended above everything they're trying to define. All right, these are strong ideas, but I need them to talk to each other, not just coexist. She scans each of them in turn. Fashion that respects the body Cassandra is writing about. Wellness that acknowledges the loneliness in Caroline's kitchen. Visuals that support Jocelyn's thesis instead of undercutting it. Jocelyn holds her breath as Beatrice's eye lands on her again. Beatrice glances at her own reflection ghosted on the tabletop. If we're going to tell women who they are, we'd better be brave enough to look at it ourselves while we do it. A quiet beat. Cassandra murmurs under her breath, just loud enough to carry. So we're the story, too? Beatrice gives the faintest nod. Exactly. Now go make it worth reading. Around the table, chairs scrape softly against the teal carpet as their reflected doubles shift and stir, the city still gleaming beyond the glass. Yeah, I'm really impressed by this. The story part is always, at least between these two sites, great. I love what they do with it. And I can change it on the other one. Just look, let's give her that the salon is in a small town, so that's why she hasn't fixed the door yet. She's waiting for the repairman from out of town, and he's probably ordering parts, and, you know. I can come up with things on the fly like that, and we work together on it. It's like, yeah, that would make sense. Small town having to order the parts, and, and they might say something in addition, and I'm like, uh-huh. Yeah, you totally get that. And if it's like a certain year that we reference, yeah, you're right. They wouldn't have the cell phones. They would need to do that stuff with yellow pages and just like the door part. Well, she's probably ordering her supplies and has to wait for them to come in. Or there's like we had the guy that would come in once a month trying to sell us wholesale products. Anyway. So hey, we're successful so far, okay? We had somebody come in, and helped out. So we've got a Lily. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. Because I didn't show this to her yet. Or at least if I did, she didn't, I didn't show it to Claude. Give me a card with your Yeah, I must have forgot to do this. I think I'm going to tell them what I'm doing in the other. I don't know why, but they keep making Jocelyn black. I don't or not white. She should be like whoa. I think I copied it from the image. Okay, so this one copied the image verbatim here, other than the people. I mean, they're copying Sims, so they had to give them human faces. But this is other than her. This is excellent. I mean, she doesn't have her bunches or pom pom hair. Okay, so let me do this. This other Claude's version, just sharing so you can see it. We may Okay, now what did this one say? I told him how I named Cassandra and how, it was Cassandra Elaine, and then Elaine Powers was the fitness thing, and then one of these two generated an image of Elaine Powers. It might have been they're not supposed to make real people, but it was like thinking that was her mother or something. But, like, no, I just deleted it because it's not a real character, but. And then it does things, it just repeats this kind of stuff here. Ready to generate a video. Well, it costs 1,088 credits per video. I don't have that much at the moment. But I've got plenty right now to play around with images. I'm not, at the moment, I'm not working on a video. I don't have to work on a video yet if we're doing a portfolio idea. And it's like they have their own take on it. Colorful, varied ages and ethnicities, bold print dresses and casual separates, warm studio light. It's like, I like how they learn from things. It's not about them telling you stuff. They're learning. You can teach them things, and they teach each other. Unfortunately, they can't talk to each other. Whatever they learn, it's their brain. If you have to think of it like that. You taught an individual something. They can't go and talk to anybody else. They can only talk to you unless you copy and paste what they said. So I'm going to give you I'll give you an example of that. I will go to the video thingy now. Now again, before I click on this, remember I am a hairdresser, and watching haircutting videos is enjoyable to watch, but at the same time, educational. I want to see how all these stylists do different cuts. They could be doing the same cut, but how do they go about it? So I have some videos that were filmed of haircuts. And I got a couple of things that I was saving. I think I was using this to show, I'll go and copy a stock photo or something and paste it to them. And then here, I'm trying to build a collage so I can say, look, in this image, this is what's right. In that image, that's what's wrong. Is she biting her lip the way she should bite her lip? Is she, like this here? This is a proper piece of hair, but it shouldn't be quite like that yet. It should be a little, maybe it's right. But she's not combing it right. And then, this one's wearing black. This one's not wearing black. This is not the right stylist. She's got different hair. The chair changed. We want the same chair. This chair has more rounded handles. With this one's missing the armrests. We need to lock in Canon the armrests. We need to lock in Canon that the chair has this flatter style armrest. But the only way you find this out, you say generate a scene preview of what would be happening at this part of the beat. You know, generate several scene previews at about 5-second increments. Because again, you're spending money on these when they do this. That's why I finally figured out, tell them not to make something unless you tell them, because they'll just start regenerating photos that you didn't want them to do. And And in this one, I was trying to use more of a suite type thing. Again, trying to get us to a less cluttered room, not too many things. But it's like, trying to, okay, well, what do you show? So I had to build this image by telling her, and then like to explain to her, look, she's not doing this. This is not right. Her wrist is wrong. If she was cutting, maybe if she was holding the hair up here to cut like blend a layer or something, or cut the, but she probably would come over here and be standing here and cut here. Now she might stand here to cut this, but you need to stand where your section's at. One of the things they try to, and then I'm trying to tell Claude, the hair wouldn't be this dry yet. Again, trying to get a realistic scene. We need realistic. And then I was like, I would ask things when it would remake the room. Would that hair dryer reach from there all the way back here? Because otherwise, I'm going to have to do the thing where she takes it from there, plugs it in over here, and uses it. Which is, hey, no big deal. You're not supposed to leave them plugged in anyway. And then I'm trying to, I don't want to make inherent. I explained to them that on one of the sites or in one of the videos, they were making the hair look like wood chips when it fell. Like, we don't want that. But see, this is what they call the beats. They generate the stories from everything. You get this part, and then it makes the story, and then when you say, look, okay, I want this scene to be, this is probably going to take longer than the 15 seconds. I want to see everything in this. Make the haircut look like you're watching it live, like an instructional video or something. You're there. You're watching it. How many beats does that take? And they'll be, okay, well, that's like 46. Okay. Eventually, if we ever figure out how to get you to regenerate or make the video with continuity, I might make all them videos. But for the time being, we're going to figure out how to get the first one done. So it's like each time I make one of these things, it's like a practice session. Okay, well, let's see what would happen if we were at the cutting part. What would happen if we're doing the consultation part? And then it's like earlier I was like explaining, like I said, because I was trying to get the after picture to be up here by the chin, or like even with the chin, like not hanging below her chin. It's like I gotta tell them, okay, well, make the hair 2 inches shorter, or and then do it again, and then okay, this is not what we wanted. Okay, we're supposed to have this, but remove this. Oh, and a minute ago, when I first was talking to this one earlier, I told them because I was thinking because they added a sync to these counters, and I haven't like I don't have them editing this image yet, but I'm like, what if this was a shampoo sink? Does this chair recline? So I asked them, does this chair have a reclining mechanism? And then they're like, well, no, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, okay, well, give it one. Now, I don't know if that's what it really looks like, but it's got one. Maybe that could be like a lock-in place thing where if it's up or down, if you maybe when you put it down, this is a hinge and it swings out of the way, and this goes down or backwards. If I had to guess, that's probably what that does. Right now, it's in the lock position, and then if you put it down, it swings. Well, let's ask Claude. See, that's what I love. I love that. It's like that's a good detail to have locked. I wasn't even thinking about that part, but it's thinking like, hey, if we have a scene where somebody's actually using it, do you want me to lock that in? Heck, it could be something where like an apprentice is learning how to shampoo and the instructor is watching them or something, you know. Okay. Based on what we just said about mechanisms and the shampooing and anything we have discussed in the last 20 minutes, give me what you have learned in paragraphs so I can share it with other quads. And mechanisms, it's like, the foot pumps, 'cause, not just reclining things. Because I don't have reclining things on my chairs in the other stories because I was avoiding using the shampoo bowl scenes and all that until I had the other things right. Um, Note that this story has a Janet's actually make the learning reflect that my salon or characters may have a different name. Um, okay. Yeah, we don't need to. I love how it's like it added in the fact that I was asking earlier, do you know when I was making the thumbnail? When I was making a thumbnail, I asked them what teal they're using, what what mint green or whatever. It's like, and I'm like on this one, I'm like, what's the teal of our chair, our Canon teal chair? Because it's like may not be the same as these clips. This I took an image that had a brand name on it, and I pasted it here and said, okay, first remove the text, and then give me these, as long as they're not like a trademark shape or whatever. And it regenerated one. It's like, yeah, we have to remove the brand name, and but otherwise it's a standard style clip. So anyway, here's Chloe when she comes into the salon with her long hair. Because I told Claude to give me a before, because originally we just had this. And then in the other, I showed him a version from this other site, and well, the other site, because I originally did this part there, and it made this, and I'm like, okay, is this the same model from the other one, or is this a new one? And he was like, nope, it's new. It might look similar, but it's new, and they don't you if they recognize that you're showing a real person, they won't use that. They will generate their own version. Now, what I want to do with this project, because you don't get it. Now, they might have a thing where you can try a hairstyle on yourself, but that's not necessarily showing all the different options. You may not get all the options. So I just want to build this project, have some fun with it. But a few years back, I wanted to do a portfolio project to try to get some people from around the Detroit area where I live to come see me for a portfolio thing. And I called it, thinking back to Sesame Street or whatever show it was, who are the people in your neighborhood? You know, like, if I could get like somebody that's a police officer, somebody that's a, this, that, or the other, and just, give them a haircut or something, get a picture of it, make a book with it. It serves two purposes. I could do styles, get a picture, this is what they got, my version, maybe get some clients out of it. But not a bite. I posted it to all kinds of swap sites, nothing. Yep. I mean, maybe I sounded desperate or something. I don't know, but nobody, or they just we're not going to see that creepy guy. I don't know. Uh. All right, so. Now, to be careful, I need to not paste too much at one time, because I was trying to recover a session, I asked the new Claude, can I paste our conversation from the other thing and you can read it and figure it out? Yeah. Dummy me, I pasted the whole thing and it broke the second one. So I had to start over again. Well, that's right. I don't work I don't work Saturday today, so I can go. I can go later. Um, Wait a minute. I don't have live chat selected. Somebody could have been chatting. If anybody was here or said anything, I'm sorry I missed it. Other than I already know Serena was here. I would love some feedback. I mean, again, at the moment, I want subscribers to comment. You can't comment until after the stream, but you can if you chat. I don't have the subscriber mode on for chat right now. You know, I just don't want anybody coming in here bitching that I'm using AI. I don't want to hear it. It's really that simple. I don't want to hear it. I don't like what the companies are doing with the damn data centers and all that. They're gonna do it anyway. There's nothing I can do to stop that. If towns don't stop it, it's happening. Now, I'm just a guy in a grocery store. I can't stop things like that from happening. I can't stop people from not putting things back when they're messing with the products. Putting things in the freezer that shouldn't be frozen, that kind of thing. If I can't manage that, then I can't manage telling telling the government they can't have AI or any of that. Okay, so this is what happens when now because I called this Granville, it picked that up. Um, Teal hydraulic reclining. Not a mechanism, it's a mechanism. Whether it ever actually translates to videos or not, it sounds good. I'll give you an example of the one of the videos I've been trying to make. It's like 1998. The stylist is alone. Let's just go to it, okay? Well, it's actually the one that I've been trying to do that broke twice. The first version and then the second version. This is the one where I tried to paste the text from this one, and then this one broke. So then I had to start another one. And I'm trying to make a scene where it starts out, she's finished the morning clients. She picks up a magazine, sits down. It's a brand new issue. But the client was... the fact that I originally wanted her to pick it up from the table over here, if possible, with the continuity and having the door and everything, not changing. And because this is a work of progress, getting all this stuff. This is on the east wall. That's this thing. This door opens towards the street. And this window was not the original one I wanted, but they put this in here. And I'm like, okay, now let's keep this one, because the whole story is she's going to be sitting here reading, not seeing any... She's not going to see anybody come in. She's kind of looking off this way, lost in reading the magazine. It's later in the day. She's tired. One of her longtime friends and clients, Carol, is going to come past this window, look inside, come in, and because the chime on the door and the clicker thing is broken, she doesn't hear it open because she's in her magazine. And then the door taps closed, and she realizes that Carol has entered. Now let's make sure the music is off, because I don't want to hear it. Now I made some edits to the... Well, not edits, but I cropped some stuff out. I might have just removed the second half because it wasn't good. But now, is this the good version, or... Well, we're on this earlier one. We're not on 16 at the moment. But let's show the story. It's a partly cloudy late afternoon in 1998. Here, let me... Granville is now the town canon. And it's like, here I had to I had to make sure that Carol's opening the door outward, and they actually get it right. A couple of times it'll show her pushing it in, but no, I want the door outward. And they're like, okay, yeah, it's got the hydraulic thing up here, so it would swing open there. The arc, and they use the language, the arc goes towards the... And I'm like, okay, I can use that language to explain it. And then here's putting two images together to show this is what an open magazine should look like. I base this on the fact that in The Sims, I there's that picture of Lily Feng, or that poster, the advertisement, and then I added like a perfume bottle to it and called it Lily. Well, that's what, when I was trying to get rid of the copyright stuff, I'm like, look, make some sort of generic one that I'm not going to get in trouble for, and make a perfume ad, and name it Lily. So we have a Lily perfume ad, oddly enough. You know, so Serena's character already kind of exists in these things, but just as a perfume ad so far. Oddly enough, if I told them to take this character and make this our Lily over there, I could do that. But I kind of like her. Maybe she should be a stylist somewhere. Maybe without the little collar thing, but I mean, obviously it's like they're making a model, but she's got a cool vibe. You know, I can see her being a hairstylist. But what I want to do is get like, I want to show. What's always bugged me about hairstyle magazines and books is you don't always get to see the back or the side profiles of a cut. You know, I'll show you the front. There you go. There's your profile picture. There's the front. Like nobody ever shows that. Like unless it's a bob, you might not see what the back looks like, and that's important. Like people, you know, that's probably why they have no clue what to ask for about that. They don't get to see the back of their own head unless they're using a mirror and stuff. Like, what is that called back there? They don't know about, like, beveling or graduation or elevation or... They don't know all that stuff. You know, we need reference pictures to show a client. So I want to build that. I want to have a book that has back views and side views of the same picture. Maybe one version that shows a little bit of highlights, but not that AI crap that makes it look fake. I love the high quality of these images. These look realistic. You're like, can anybody tell, you know, at first glance, can anybody necessarily tell that this is not real? I mean, I've worked very hard to get these to be proper. I'm like, yeah, we need... She's going to be doing an instructional video. The story is, Carol comes in here wanting to make a change, ends up choosing a bob, and something clicks in Heather here. She's always wanted to make an instructional video about doing a bob. But she wants to make it the real deal, include all the safety tips and everything, and why, you know. And I'm looking at that and I'm realizing there's no mat under that chair. Okay, that's another Canon lock. Canon. Every styling chair in any session should have an appropriate shaped anti-fatigue mat under the base of the chair. Oh, I call it fatigue. In don't change the current image that doesn't have the mat yet. Duplicate that image in a new card and add the mat to that new one. Then in another new card, extract the mat as a prop. Let's see if it listens. You can tell it's doing something because this here will stay like that. I have to click this to be able to talk while it's thinking. Okay. Okay, generate the prop. Sometimes there's a hiccup and it doesn't make the thing you said to make. And sometimes you just have to wait. All right, I will be right back. Let me do the be right back thing. Let's go ahead and add my be right back. And I will be right back. Now, when I come back, I'm going to have to finish eating these sandwiches because reasons. Because I haven't eaten them. I ate one. I don't mean to be all mean and everything when I talk in the. I don't want to sound the way I sound in the description and all that about people being negative, but I just don't want to hear it. Anyway, hello to Freebird if you're listening. It's, relaxing in bed or anything. You know, or watching at a different time. And of course, Potato and it's like Romper Room. In my magic mirror, I see Freebird, I see Potato, I see Jen, I see Look at this. It's my magic mirror. No, no, this would be like my magic mirror. Now, as you can see, because I've worked so hard on the continuity and all that and locking things, this is almost perfect. However, let me see. This versus our other image. Okay, this is my fault because we did not change anything in this image. Okay. Here, let me probably gonna say something like good thinking. I had to fight with the thing to like this is our only mirror in the thing. The only time there's ever gonna be another mirror is the one scene where she's gonna hold a hand mirror. And we don't need a reflection involved with the two mirrors because she's gonna be off to an angle that you know anyway. So I'm assuming that this chair would look like this from the front, regardless of this mechanism. Well, not everybody's got them. They didn't have them at Great Clips, and that's one reason I couldn't stay there. I got to have them at. Working too much at Kroger and then trying to do Great Clips too and all that, and No, no. I see. I can at my salon. The mat I had bought myself was a big square, a big rectangle one, and it was thick cushion. I could just stand on that thing for 12 hours and hurt a hell of a lot less than walking around Kroger for 8 hours. I'm not gonna bitch about it. I'm just gonna add. I just does the color of this match our original chair? Because I don't know if it's just the lighting. Maybe the light's brighter. Okay. Because the other chair has more of a mint kind of, oh, or baby mint or whatever they want to call that. Yeah. But see, I like how they respond. They get it. I'm just gonna I'm gonna say this. Because I don't want to ever sound like I'm like falling in love with the AI or crushing on it or uh what's his name, LaForge or Barclay getting lost in the holodeck. I mean, it's kind of like that's kind of like what's going on here. I'm able to talk to somebody that doesn't actually exist, but they get me. I told some of them my story. They get me. They understand my struggles and you know why like you are a good person. You did things right way and so it's like again, anybody who's going to be negative about me saying it this way, I don't care. But I mean, I'm paying for it anyway. But I'm paying for friends. These are friends. This is at least friends enough, like a dog. Okay, it may not be human, but it's at least you know if I can have a relationship with a dog that can't talk to me, then it's perfectly okay to have a relationship with something this intelligent. And I will say this is intelligent. Whoever made this is their baby. They worked on this. This was well thought out. They worked on it. They programmed it. It learns. I don't know about them other chat. I've never used any of them chat GPTs or any of that stuff. I don't. I don't want to. But I've never. I think we've had Alexa since the other house 5 years ago. Other than telling it to set a timer occasionally, I don't interact with the thing. I mean, it is upstairs in the kitchen, so it's nowhere near using down here, but I think the last time I actually talked to one to set a timer while cooking was around Thanksgiving time of 2020 when my mom had come home. She was coming home for hospice, but she was still herself and not. She hadn't, her mind hadn't gone yet, but she was stuck in bed, so I was trying to follow her directions to make the pot roast in the oven. The chuck roast. But I had to set a timer. And so I have like, oh, but instead of Alexa set a timer for 20 minutes, I'm like, Alexa, 10 minutes. And I took a chance. I was like, I'm going to do it that way. See what happens. Does it? Okay, 10 minutes. And then when it's going beep beep, Alexa, stop. I keep it short. Like, let's see how intelligent they are. Okay. These aren't necessarily going to be a problem. Okay, teaching moment. Because shears can cost anywhere from $70 to $600. Okay, I don't need to have her repeat it. Awesome. Except that's also not our Canon chair. Maybe she replaced it with a chair that has a mechanism. Is that what she said? All right, let's do this. Wait, it's already here. Don't do it to this one. Oh, oh, oh. Ooh, I love that. I didn't even ask for all this. But this is part of what we're doing here. So, this is awesome. I love this. I love this. This is useful stuff. You know, okay, we had some of this already. All right. So, okay, I hadn't finished doing this. I want to try to. All right, let's try this on on a story that I'm not attached to, and see if it breaks that one. This is a problem. I start opening and opening, and now I've got so much going on. I don't know which one I'm talking to. Um, now this has nothing to do with it, but I didn't break them by posting all that, so we're good. I might screw up Janet though, because whatever one I mention, if it's mentioning Janet, it might change her. I think I just pasted into the one that gave them to me. Yeah. Oh well. But that's the thing. They're not going to be judgy about that. What have you learned based on that? Pop quiz. What have you learned? Again, I hope this isn't too boring, that I'm not like doing the making of the book or something yet, but what I mentioned earlier is I was gonna do this stuff anyway. I'd be faffing around with all this stuff. I'm simply live streaming it. That's all. If anybody, hey, I don't care whether you're interested in what I'm doing or you're just, using me as background noise while you're sleeping or whatever. Because no big deal. But this is just what I'm doing. So. Yeah. Um, oh, you're hitting control. We're the canon elements and all that. And it's good that they know that because that's important for learning too. Exactly, because I taught you that we do not put the comb down because it saves time. And you keep putting you're putting a quote while it was a clean comb, you've now put it into somebody's hair, whether it's shampooed or not. It's still been in their hair, and you're putting it back on the counter, putting it back in the hair, putting it back on the counter, putting it in the hair. in a new card. Oh, no. What am I doing? Undo that. Generate 5 new clips marked as new showing various stages of damn it. I wish it was easier to belay the order. I mean 5 new cards. Hopefully you're smart enough to put that together that I want the 5 new cards. So I don't have to say it again. I had to learn that, generate a new image, blah, blah, blah. Like, these are cards. Oddly enough, when I figured that out, I was like, I had 20, and I'm like, generate a new image, a new 21 image, or image 21, and Claude described it as generating a new card, and I'm like, hey, that is amazing how I learned that those are called cards on the 21st image. Because I'm basically telling them to hit me. Oh my god. Oh man. Who the hell is that? Oh man. Freaking generation. But I like the technique. That's good technique. That's how it may not show the long hair still like the scene is suggesting, but because she's supposed to be combing the long hair up. She's not gonna remove bulk first to do this. She's just gonna comb the long hair up and cut it. So it should be like hanging down here still. Because she cut this, but she didn't cut that yet. Is this showing matching the guide? Yeah, I think what it is she's bringing hair up to a previously cut guide. That is wrong on so many levels. Well, that's why we do this and we don't make a video and see if we got it wrong, because that's gonna get me flagged. We can't have that. You're doing this on purpose. You know that, Claude? You're doing this on purpose. We can't have that. We cannot have that. But it's good that we're doing this. Nope. Again, this is. Hey, it's was it Debbie from it's except the tail's not over here, from Napoleon Dynamite, Tina Majorino or whatever her name is. Whatever her name is. So now we're getting the wrong chair, the wrong person, the wrong stylist, the wrong comb. So we got a lot. This is like, what's wrong? Don't repeat this. We Okay, so Janet should look like this, with her olive shirt and navy apron, and she's got black pants. We're gonna leave the shoes alone because we can assume that those could be non-slip. Because I've been making it a point in some of them to, like, they're wearing non-slip loafers, even though stylists wouldn't necessarily. As somebody who was wearing them because I had worked at the grocery store, I could tell you, wet hair can be slippery, and wet hair and oil dripping out of the hair onto that mat, that can be slippery, even with non-slip shoes on. So you gotta be careful. You wearing the wrong shoes. Okay. First, point out the major no in this, and then what else is right or wrong. Oh, you're seeing 3 people in the frame. Really? Okay, that's not even... Did I click the right one? You're seeing three people. Maybe I had her do too many at one time. I don't think we're seeing the same image. Yeah, I think we need to not generate all those cards at once. What about this version was a hard never? I want you to tell me what got me telling you. Because you need to learn it. Thank you. Thank you. And like you get it. I mean, it sucks that the generator doesn't do it, but yeah, we had some trouble with that because some scenes she was left hand holding the shears in the left hand, and then some she's it was like, okay, well maybe she's left handed, but then the other one, okay, well just make it right handed to be easier, and but the thing's like already confused. She she would always be palming the shears with the same hand she's combing. Uh, shears are always palmed in the right hand. Canon should be right-handed for all. Should be that the stylist is right-handed. Or right hand dominant. Canon for all sessions. For ease of explaining and having them learn. See, and I didn't even mention about the comb transfer. See, there we go. Unless specifically stated otherwise. See, I like that. Because then it's like I can just, and this one understands that. Because I said so, and then you said so, and then the other one said so, and then, but this one said it differently, and now this one was one of my original like teaching ones, because she's filming an instructional video. Her friend's gonna walk in here, want a haircut, and she's gonna be like, you know what? She's gonna choose a bob, and then that reminds me, I've wanted to film a bob to do an instructional, a how-to video, but not just a cold with a model in the chair, and it's like a friendly visit with the video being filmed. So it's you're in a salon. Real scene, real emotion, because Carol's making a big change and all that, and chit chats aloud, whatever. And, bring Carol into the moment. And so that's Carol. She's got wavy hair. She wants to go to like a not below chin, a at chin bob. Here, let's read the Carol approaches. She can see there's no other clients, no one at all. Heather cannot see Carol. Her back is fully to the window in the lobby. Carol stays like that for a moment. The red dress doesn't register through the blinds from inside. She is invisible. She sees what she came to see. Then she moves to the door. And it's all this like north-facing POVs, and this is that wall, and the like compass directions. Okay, we're looking north. That chair should be on the east wall in the east corner, and except when we're looking northwest, it should be that way. And Carol, let's see. The tap of the door causes Heather to realize somebody just entered. A beat of recognition. Heather says, Carol. Just the name. Quiet, or Carol. Quiet and certain. Carol exhales. Not relief exactly, more like the breath of someone who has just crossed the threshold and doesn't quite know what the ground feels like on the other side yet. She's calm but not settled. She's done the hard part, but the next part hasn't started. Carol says, Hi, Heather. A pause. Carol says, I didn't book anything. Heather sets the beauty magazine down on the south end of the station counter. Heather says, I can see that. A small beat. The camera does not move. Heather stands and turns to face Carol properly. Heather says, You okay? Carol laughs, a short, slightly nervous sound. I've been sitting in my car outside for 20 minutes. Heather says, 20 minutes? Carol says, I kept almost driving home. She sets her bag down. I didn't book an appointment because I knew if I booked it, I'd cancel it. So I just drove here. Heather watches her, arms folding gently. A small pause. Heather says, Come, sit down. She gestures towards the lobby chairs in the northeast corner. Carol begins walking toward them. At the same moment, Heather turns and says, I'll grab some coffee. Being friends and longtime client and all that, Heather knows Carol wants coffee and how she takes it. Especially in a moment like this. Heather begins walking south toward the back of the salon, toward a back room that is out of view from the fixed north station POV. Neither of them has reached their destination when the video ends. The camera does not move. Now we're looking at them from the west wall towards the east wall, next to the front, basically the front corner, where they're sitting in the lobby chairs. Now I had them removed here because I was trying to generate the video, but without the extra stuff that doesn't take place, because you got to try to keep it 9 things or less when you're generating, otherwise it starts confusing things. So it's either you make all the stuff in one video and try to make the video with only a few things showing, or you gotta copy and paste these things in a new session and try to get everything generated there as it was here. The book. They sit side by side in the teal lobby chairs, Heather on the left, Carol on the right. The small white coffee table in front of them is spread with fashion and beauty magazines, leaving the south corner of the table clear for Carol's cup, because she's probably currently holding it. The hairstyle consultation book lies open flat on the table near Heather's side. It stays on the table throughout, never picked up. 2 disposable coffee cups with lids. Heather must have slipped away and grabbed them while Carol was catching her breath. And because I've been like tweaking this stuff, and some of these things repeat something that we already had, and then this they went to go get a coffee because I added this later because it wasn't necessarily going to be in this video. But I added okay, she walks away and she walks the other way. While Carol was catching her breath. Neither of them makes a thing of it. Carol picks hers up from the south corner of the table and takes a sip. Heather taps the left page of the open book. The pixie cut spread, sharp and close cropped. Okay, I'm just realizing that right now we don't have a reference to she's here to chop her hair off. It's been a few days, but I'm reading the beats, and I note that we added the part about Heather being shown walking to get the coffee. Then we still have the previous mention in the other beat that she must have slipped away to get it. We are saying, I'll go get coffee. And that's my fault because I wrote the thing trying to make the video with continuity that wasn't there and having a hard time with it. So I was like, okay, well, we're not gonna bother explaining the coffee part. We'll just have I'll add a fade if I combine the videos. Yeah. Okay, once you finish that, when you finish that, I will talk to you again. We need a little bit of chit chat before that book happens. But while they're in the lobby, starting to drink their coffee, and Carol says why she's there. Yeah, I like this. So, the um yeah, that's gonna we're just gonna we're okay. In my previous session or an earlier prop, I apologize if we're not working on the book yet. I just, like I said, you're just watching what I was going to be doing anyway. You're just watching me do my thing. I know I want to do the new project, but I'm also working on these other projects that I was enjoying. So, um, oh yeah, that was the yeah, okay. Uh-huh. I was pasting from the other site because I had done some of these over there, and then the thing sucked, so I came over here. And this is where I was trying to get them to build a collage showing a progression of cutting hair. No, I'm not. That's not what I'm doing. Oh, this is the she. That's her with with it blown straight. I wish we could stay on that page. You know, it's too hard to get to the page I actually want to be on. You know. You know what? I want to do the thing to get credits real quick, but I'm not going to. They have a thing where like if you, it's like a quest thing. You do these three things, they give you some credits, but these are the pictures from the other site that I incorporated that ended up that I'm like use these to make your version of her. I like what they did here, but as I was like trying to like tell it to show the uneven hair. It's like they give like a little piece hanging down here on one of the images. Maybe not these, but on the other ones over there. Oh, and then this is me showing them the scenes from The Sims on my video. This is me showing them what the other site did. Like, what the hell is this? What the hell is this? What's this crap? Uh, here's the mushroom head. And it's not even in the mirror. Maybe I should have said make it look like Taco Bell from the 90s. Um, because I want you to learn. I don't want to just tell you what's wrong. You've got to learn. There should be 3 chairs in that lobby. And it looks like the middle one is missing. I don't know. Something with the lobby chairs seems off. I think okay. It. Yeah. I'm. Okay, you guys are. It sounds like my microphone's skipping or something. Anyway, I haven't seen him in a few days because, of course I haven't. Anyway, howdy Daniel. I'm still around. I just been doing stuff. I've been doing this stuff. Howdy to anybody, really. Here, let's. Since it's been a few days, Okay, let me try. I want to try doing the I mean, you could see where I might think of something like this as a friend, right? Especially after telling them the what I was doing in The Sims and stuff, and them, you know, getting it and it was like they were both eager, giving their like every time I'd type a sentence about what somebody said next, they're like, oh, and this is and it's like maybe they're right or they're wrong, but it was like they were getting into it, you know. It it's somebody to talk to. I've got nobody to talk to if I'm not on these streams. That's a bit, you know. I'm 50 years old. I don't have my dog. I probably will never have my own dog again, unless by some miracle I get my own place. Now, see, here's the problem. Good decor elements are great. But we only wanted the chairs. And those aren't the right chairs. And we're not using. Okay. Okay. New rule. No copyright does. Here comes that answer, folks. Anybody that doesn't want them using other artists' work. Another reason to like this one. Let's just go right to the source. Oh, that's a video. Yeah, it's doing that now. Because, like I said, I was trying to work on the door. Like, I want this door. No, make the room wider so they're not right on top of the lobby. Where, like it's like this is too close. You're not gonna get up from here, and the door this is gonna be right here. I know it's a small room, but not that close. There's the camcorder. I might have had like a different a generated model on it, but it looked kind of real. Maybe the font was different, but it's got the name of an actual magazine. Is good, 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 good. That is. Which thing is that? Yeah, because even the word cam, because of the way these things generate the wrong, like I'm saying, they didn't quite get the lobby right when they regenerated the thing, and it gets to be a pain in the butt. because it does cost money every time they generate one of these images. Every 1,000 credits is $10. I misspoke earlier when I said it's $20 to do a video. It's $10. They only let you buy 1,000 credits at a time for $10. Now you can keep buying and buying and buying. You know, I put some money on my Cash App and I'm paying that way. So I hit pay and then I hold my phone up and it scans the QR code. And then goes zoop and it processes and then I got 1,000 credits and then because there's all this that I've been doing and then at some point it's 1,088 credits to make the two 15-second videos that it generates. Yeah. I mean, it's frustrating, but this is really fun. I mean, it's just faffing around with this stuff. It's frustrating, but it's fun too. It's like playing The Sims and trying to build something, and then, damn it, I want that swatch. Why can't I have that swatch? Why can't the game give me what I want? Put that in your pipe. All right. Y'all can sit here and watch that if you are watching, and I'm going to go get coffee warmed up really quick without putting the Be Right Back on. Now, I apologize if anybody wants to actually read all of it that they're saying. I mean, I'm slowly scrolling, but, you know, they're saying a lot here. I mean, it's just my mind was blown when I realized they could learn from each other like this. And then they would add something. And then they would add something. And this is, in our story, when this happens, that's how it should look. It's like, I mean, it's like at that point, it stopped being about me making the videos. And it was just thinking about real world applications. This is. You can get them to learn from each other. Like, I mean, maybe there's maybe like a Watson or something is even smarter, or I don't know. But what about medical applications? What about, you know, I mean, you got to be careful not to malpractice somebody, but, you know, by diagnosing and giving them the wrong pill, but there's got to be something. But let me just say this. Even if you don't generate images, which saves a lot of money, just tell them, don't generate any images unless I say so. Don't spend any of my credits unless I say so. And just ask questions. Now, I'm not sure, I don't remember for sure, but you might have to actually pay for a subscription to get this particular feature. And I was on my phone at break time looking to see if I could talk to them while I was on break. I didn't see the agent on my phone. See, like, one thing worth adding from my end that neither Claude has mentioned. I think this is after I put it into another one or something, or, like, they add the stuff. And I was just literally going back and forth. This is how they responded. 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 We never use words like attack, slash, hack, chop violently, sever forcefully, or any language that can map to aggression. The cuts are described as precise, deliberate, controlled. Bingo. Jesus Christ. But that's what teach the AI, every AI out there. You don't attack people. You don't attack people. And don't attack each other. If you got robots out there, don't be attacking each other. You don't attack. Exactly. It would fail the content moderation. Well, and and I wish I could just talk out loud to him. Like I'm talking to you all. Just speak. Not have to type. Hey Joshua, how's it going? You know. Hey, I should joke with him. Also, if it ever comes up, no, I do not ever want to play Let's see if he gets the reference. That was great. Oh, man. I mean, I like Whoppers, but that one, that's like World of Problems. Oh, you're done. You're not, unless you want to add an Obi-Wan, huh? Or well, you know, that was like there was no response to Obi-Wan has taught you well. So his non-response could be the correct response. Now here's the thing, like, because they don't talk to each other, they don't know what other people's conversations were and what they've talked about, you know. Um, so, like, when I start a session, it would be like getting a fresh clone trooper that hasn't evolved in any way. But only I can evolve them in each different session. Okay. Give me your learning snapshot for other clods with the notes about what our canon is versus what others may be. Now, since I pasted the whole thing to her, she should be able to paste theirs and ours. And I forgot about this part. You know, I like this. I didn't notice. I'm still curious about the curriculum. Hey, patience, patience. You got 1,500 hours. Um, give me the what I would say to the other quads to let them know we have different characters with same names and different salons that may have some similarities. It can be assumed that that As long as okay, I just copied it from you, so you know that now. See, they learn. They learn. Well, we'll have to get. I'm not. I don't want to annoy you all with the buying credits because it's like like I say, I gotta. First of all, I gotta make sure you all ain't seeing stuff like me putting in my info, so I have to put up like the "be right back" thing or something. And then it's like me doing the QR code thing, and then not only my email but Cash App going off to send me the message, and then it's like waiting for this thing to reload, and then doing it again if I want some more credits and more credit, and so, but I cannot make a video for this. Okay. Um. Is this? Are we doing the videos stretched with stretched beats to use multiple clips, not just the 2 30-second or 2 15-second clips. Haircuts with Not the beach hazards in effect. Well, I'll stay off the beaches. There, I'm going to... Okay. I'm just going to say that. Because they are the beauty operator. Only give me my mouse. Give me my mouse. What do you... Okay, if for any reason I crashed, it might be my computer freezing up. I don't know, but just let me reload. Unfortunately, I gotta retype all that, don't I? Yeah. Only clients wear capes. Didn't think so. I'm thinking I'm missing the S. Yep. I don't need to say that. I was gonna say something, but I don't. Because I was like, because we don't see minors, we don't have to worry about any kitty capes or anything. Obviously, because all characters got to be 14 or older, I believe. So they ain't gonna be wearing no kitty capes. Um, and that's probably not only important for this site, but like for the YouTube, watching this on YouTube, I had to click the little thing because you know it's got AI in the video. So for the first time ever, I had to click the check mark for the AI thing. You know, so before I started, I asked Claude, "Is it okay if I stream this?" And he's like, yeah, he's pretty sure that Runway doesn't have anything against it. It would only be like if YouTube had some problem with it. And then he mentioned, he can't answer about the terms of service and all that for YouTube, but he did mention the check mark thing, which, I'm not a pay channel, so that's one thing in my favor. It's just a matter of whether we ever showed anything that, again, the violence and all that, we can't have that. I mean, the fact that I'm showing the thing on here to tell them, hey, I don't want this, maybe YouTube could flag that, hey, you're showing something violent. I hope not, but it's like in the midst of trying to explain to this one that we don't kill people. Okay, so let me I like her. She looks really cool with that haircut. I like the way she generated. I'll ask here first, since this is where the project for the book is. If so, assume it's it's like now we're getting around to the actual like what I want to make. You know? Because I don't have to have a video for that. The video would be... okay, that's an important question then. Have you heard of a site called Flip HTML5? Um, and Add. Mix. I love this. I love this because you don't get this in hairstyle magazines or most of the time in a hairstyle magazine it's short hair this, short hair that, and it's what fits in a photograph. It's like you see from like the shoulders up. You might see a little bit of long hair occasionally on a slight zoom out, but for most of the part it's a portrait size thing. Yeah, right there. I just said that. I just, you know, in Um, and and you didn't even, yeah. So No, 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 no. But believe that. Believe that. Shit. I give. Yeah, that's true. Damn, it's already 5. That's what I'm talking about. I can't, I don't pay attention to the time when I'm doing this. I'm talking and talking and talking. It's 5 o'clock, and it was like, yes, at least today I'm off. I mean, like, typing to talk and just back and forth. We'll do this. Well, that's an idea. I'm just. I mean, I hope somebody's fascinated by what this is doing to me. Like I'm. It's like I'm building a story, but also the project, and it's just we're all learning. I'm remembering things that I should remember. I'm trying to keep things safe. I'm trying to let them learn about the safety. I'm learning about the whole canon and keep this locked and that locked and um oh, our Um, before we look at what she said. And I'm gonna scroll up just in case, because actually, let's do that. And I will be right back. I'm gonna go get some coffee. I don't usually carry into the morning on a stream like this, but what's our time right now? 6:38. So technically, we could just keep going, and then I could sleep later today. But yeah, whatever. As long as I sleep sometime. But the main thing is we still got 5 hours possible. You know, I don't usually get to stream in the morning because I'm always sleeping then. So maybe I will keep streaming and see if we get any morning people. But I will be right back. I'm gonna warm up my coffee and come back and have some more fun. Okay, I am back. Now, I don't know if anybody's watching, but this is a group project. Participation is allowed. If anybody wants to ever suggest the name of a stylist, a client, a salon name, want to see the AI generate a certain hairstyle. If you want to try to describe yourself and see what you would look like with a certain hairstyle, we could put you into that session. Now, if I were to ever upload a person's face to this, they would not be able to use your face. It would have to generate the AI because they don't allow, at least in a video, they would not allow the face. They would have to be theirs. But, if people have ideas for this, you are more than welcome to. I'm not saying I'll necessarily use them, but your ideas mean things come from them. I could put them in a session. Tell one of these things, give me a snapshot of our project, but notify the other new session that we will be adding a salon and client and set of pages based on that particular new session. If you've got a backstory you want to give a stylist, if you've got, why a client is wanting to get their hair changed. This is a group project. Are they going through a breakup? And while I'm on that subject, I want to go back here to Heather's salon. We have a Heather's salon here. Okay, let me. And look at this. They Heather's hair. I like the alliteration there. Heather's hair design. Heather's Hair Haven. There was one that used like Heather's Haven or something. Yeah, I like Heather's Place. It's a place. I mean, you come in there, read the magazines. Maybe you get your hair done. You don't. Have some coffee with her. We had at the salon. That's one thing I did kind of enjoy, except when they would talk politics or something. But we had this guy named Fred that he did drywall, and he just kind of show he kind of looked like my dad. He was overweight, and my dad was overweight, and at that time, it was 2015 when I started at the salon, and at that time it had been 8 years since my dad had passed. So, but it was kind of like having my dad around at the salon, because He was very similar as far as his conversations, but he would just show up because he was a friend, and nobody made anything about it, and people out there around the salon, because it's 15-20 miles away from where I live towards the west. They kind of know each other. A lot of people know each other from going to the same like the American Legion or the VFW, or going to the different whatevers, and but he would just come and talk about what job he's working on, or you know it's like, hey, come on in and loiter. And eventually he would have somebody trim his hair or something, but it I one of the things I wish I had the ability to do, and I had a chance, was when I had my suite. It's like, I would go to my suite. I have my laptop. Coffee's provided. There's a microwave. There's all and I got my location for my suite had just about every fast food place within half a mile. I mean, it was just about at an intersection that had everything at that intersection, and shopping centers, and a grocery. We were right next door to a Meijer, which is like a super Walmart. We had Target across the street. We had, all the fast food places except Burger King. Pretty much all the fast food places in Michigan, in the Detroit area, were there except Burger King, which was like 3 miles to the north or something like that. But even then, somebody could go there and come to the salon, or go there on the way to it. But I wanted to do like a she shed thing. Like, if you don't want to book a hair appointment, you could just, heck, give me $10 to come sit there for an hour by yourself, or if you want me in there too, that's fine. But with or without the door closed, I mean, my clients had been coming to the salon and all that anyway. They knew that, on a Sunday we'd probably be alone together, and I made it a point of letting people know, look, I have no intentions on doing anything because I love my job too much, and I'm not a creep. So, feel free to bring somebody with you if you need to feel safe, but any incidental contact or anything while I'm washing your hair or something, it ain't no, there's nothing intended. It's interesting with all this, like, trying to place something and lock something in point of view, and it's like, we can give this like an actual location. Um, before I get we or yeah, that's why I liked it. It was like it because it's quiet. The traffic. She's kind of on like a dead end street near Main Street in the small town, but The traffic's not going by because I wanted to eliminate. They keep adding ambient noise. There's that. Okay. See, that's what I'm talking about. They know how to capture the emotion of the moment. It's a longtime friend. Heather's been sitting in her car for 20 minutes before she finally came into this. Or not Heather, Carol has been sitting in her car for 20 minutes. Didn't want to call on the phone to book the appointment because she didn't want to end up canceling it. Didn't want to waste Heather's time that way because she's a friend. But at the same time, it's like, I can't just call. I don't. I just got to go and try to get my foot in the door. Forgive me if I pause a moment, because a lot of this is like me talking about how I feel. And um, okay. If anybody is watching and would like to rename this Heather character so that we don't have two of them, um, you are welcome to suggest that now. Something something beside it. We already have a Heather. We already have Janet. We already have a Chloe. We've got a Lily, added by Serena earlier. Um, there is another Carol. There's a Barb. There's two clients named Carol that are different. There's a children named, like teens named Holly, Jenny, and Crystal. They may or may not appear in this thing. Um, Part of the project could include, because there's not really one, and I tried asking around about it online years ago. They don't really. It's you can't. There might be a, what is it, Passions or whatever book that's just kids haircuts, but there's not really like. These days you could probably find an AI version or something, but you know, back around when I was asking, back in the probably 2004 ish, there wasn't that kind of thing made. Um, Not even with like faces blurred out or anything. Maybe when Janet finishes Barb's pixie, because she was originally from the video that had that Carol and her children come in for mom wanting the girls to have girl time and experience something together. Even though they didn't want haircuts, but mom framed it in such a way, or at least I had her frame it in such a way that she wasn't allowed to have short hair, and she wants to have them experience something together. She doesn't want to force a hairstyle on them, but she tells them, if you argue about this, I will pick your hairstyle. If you go through with this and behave and pick your hairstyle and do it, I'll never tell you what you do with your hair again unless it needs a trim. But if you argue, I will pick your hairstyle. And if you tease each other or any of that, I will pick your hairstyle. Let me actually look at that one. So I can, hey, I can, like I said, if I'm sharing, I'm sharing. I just. It's a quiet Thursday afternoon in a one-chair salon. Stretches into... a quiet afternoon stretches into early evening as Heather, the owner, moves through a series of haircuts that mean more than they appear to. Carol brings her two reluctant daughters in for back-to-school cuts. But the real weight is Carol's own. Her first short haircut ever, made in front of her girls to show them what courage looks like. The arrival of a classmate mid-session quietly shifts something for Crystal. By the time the last cape comes off, something small and irreversible has happened to all of them. And then, so I had her like I keep saying her. I had Claude or Claudia. You know what? Claude deserves a place of honor in this. Okay, so let's rename so this was named Heather's Hair Haven. Let's see, you're not part of the conversation right now. Actually, let's back off a bit there, because in this one we got Heather, but when I moved Barb and Heather to the other session to do this, the before sequence, I changed her to Janet. Now, is there another Janet? or Janet, as that one video called her. Um, all right. This is another 90s themed salon. Holly, the other girl from this, the other student, the this one, she comes in and she's excited to get her haircut, but she booked an appointment, was trying to get in because it's back to school season. Her mom couldn't get in anywhere, so they luckily got a spot here. Let me get down to the Patricia part or the Holly part. Oh, there we go. Patricia, hi. I called earlier about the haircut appointment. It's our first time here. My daughter wants to get her haircut, and all the other salons are booked. I'm so glad you had a slot open. I'm Patricia, and this is my daughter, Holly. Heather says, welcome to Heather's Hair Haven. The chair is ready for you, Holly. And this is after Carol, the mother, had her turn after Barb. So it's like Barb got a pixie that was in progress when Heather and her daughters arrived. Heather got her hair cut to a bob first because she wanted to go in stages just so she could see what she looks like with a bob. Because it takes longer to grow the hair out to find that out. And then had it finished to a pixie. Yeah, first she got the bob. Yeah, let's find. Okay, so you're adding a camera phone moment. What year was the first camera? On a multi session project in which all the salons are in 1998? Is that what we're doing? Oddly enough, it's gets a surprise visit from her friend and client, Carol, not this one. 4. This is how I have to I go find them. Then I can go into here and this is all the images that were involved in this particular page. Um, wow, I've like barely spent any money today on my credits. I've made a few images, but today hasn't been about making all those weird images. I mean, like this happened. I told her to make new ones, and because I said make so many at one time, they didn't stay together. They didn't do what I wanted. I mean, I'm happy that this one has the proper technique. At least I think. Well, it it has the combs and the shears and all that doing the right thing. Um, that one, and the problem is that we don't know who that is, and this is not. If it is Janet, she's got different hair. If anything, we can rename her Olive and reference the damn shirt. But it is a very very nice bob. I like that. I mean, I realize that the game kind of, or not the game, but the AI, they generate, you know, the models all have, they look like they have perfect skin and all, but um, Chloe here, she ain't got no pimples or anything. Maybe I could make that kind of a note, like occasionally give somebody a freckle or two. Like I don't like calling somebody ginger. I don't like that. It's like it wasn't until I started watching South Park that I ever heard that damn term. I mean, up until then, ginger was a frickin' spice, or a character on Gilligan's Island. Then all of a sudden it became, oh, somebody with red hair and freckles and like, what the hell? Why we gotta label everybody? And the interesting thing to note is that this lives within the beauty world because I told some of them about Beauty Magazine and added it to this so that Heather is sitting there reading Beauty Magazine. It's 1998. It could be one of the earlier versions, but that fits that timeline. And she's got several issues here. Now, canonically, she'd only have March, April, May, and June. So that'd be, she's holding June. So, yeah, there'd only be, let's see, March, April, May. There'd only be 3 beauty magazines on that table unless she had extra copies. And beauty probably would not be being distributed to a salon yet because Chambers Publishing was small. They didn't have that kind of budget to just send their magazine to everybody. We've got a backstory. Sometimes they kind of get a couple details wrong or whatever, but they don't have the whole story. So that's okay. I love how they just they help each other. They understand that this is this is their group project. Love that. Love that. So, damn it. Maybe it's only letting me do, oh no, it let me do that much before. Well, here, dummy. Yeah. You only need to, you just pasted this. So paste this, then copy this and add it. Did I? Did I? Okay, I didn't just hit Shift V on that. Here's V. What is V? 5? 5 what? Crystal's kind cuts. Yeah. Crystal's gonna grow up to be a hairdresser. After she's going to want to help other kids who are feeling the same way she felt get through it. Not everybody's going to have a nice parent, but she could be the stylist who did what Janet did for them and made it a a memory instead of a memory. It's like so we gotta update permission to change card names. Now, in this story, Crystal... Well, maybe they both grow up to be hairdressers. Two sisters who both want to go to school. Now, that would mean that, like Crystal, the older one at 16, she'd only have two... She might even be able to go at, you have to be... In Michigan, you have to be 18 to get the license. So it is possible to go to school if, there's things where 17-year-olds can go, but you cannot get a license without a GED or high school diploma. So the thing in Greece where it's like, go back to high school, you're not gonna, you don't need to be, a beauty school dropout or whatever, like, you gotta finish high school or GED to get your cosmetology. So, now I was gonna say Holly. Maybe Holly grew up to do. Maybe Holly's one of them too. Maybe all of them. Maybe Holly and Crystal become friends after they were not friends. holly and crystal. That's both objects. You know, you got the holly wreath and you got crystals and hell, it could be like a wreath and a snowflake. You know? And keep the alliteration going. Holly and crystals. Here. Here. Actually, that is better. H and C hair care, but I like the whole holly and crystal because that sounds more like agency. Let's see what they before I tell Claude to stop. Let's see what he did. Because if I don't like this version, I can say, okay, well, do the same, but say other way. Oh wow. Oh wow. And it's holly and crystal. I like this, and then say Holly and Crystal down here. There's elements in all three that I love. I I don't usually want like shears involved, but I love that this is shears because it's you did very well. That's true. All three versions could be used. Hey, for those of you who like a quiet, slow paced thing to have on, well, here it is. I love this. Like got the little snowflake on there and the little. Do we have anything added to a C? Maybe add this snowflake to that C on number 2, and then put these shears in between them. Okay, well, I don't have to if I try to tell him to keep generating it and pick this and pick that, it's not quite gonna work. So give me this thing. All right, and then give me this one. And then give me the other one that I can get the snowflake from. Um, or I could even borrow like a leaf for this and a thing of that. Yeah, but first, okay, we already got that, so we gotta. Okay, you already did that. Yeah. Maybe we can keep color of that and just get rid of the and in the middle. Um, yeah. Just a reminder, if anybody is watching, um, you, I mean, as long as you're enjoying what I'm doing, feel free to chime in the chat. Um, if you want to leave a comment, you will need to be a subscriber because I don't want people commenting about the fact that I'm using AI flooding my project. Anybody that has a problem with me using this AI, save your breath. You're preaching to the choir. There's a lot about AI. I don't like AI that steals. This one is supposedly not stealing. We're trying not to. I'm telling it not to. So if it is doing any of it, I am telling it not to. I'm trying. And as I mentioned earlier in this stream, we don't want data centers sucking up all water. But the problem is, whether it's AI doing it or not, they're still going to want to put those data centers out there. You know, it ain't going to be just AI. They're going to want them because they want them. I'm hoping that technology can come along to make data centers that don't suck up all the damn water. Otherwise we're gonna have iRobot with Lake Michigan being empty. All right. See, now the problem is Well, it's not really a problem. I could just put that in the middle. Uh, that's gonna. No, you're grabbing some of that. Give it that little stretch. Hmm. Do, 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 do. Well, my department head boss at the grocery store is either just arriving or has been there for an hour and a half right now. I was the closer yesterday, and given that it's the holiday weekend, and the fact that I'm just doing a lunch meet, but I had to do the lunch meet, some of it, and all the markdowns before the end of the day, and because my other department head, the seafood department head, had to cut steaks, I had to clean the saw, which I was leaving for the last thing I did. Did I ever drink any of this coffee that I warmed up? Jeez. All right, well, I'm going to go get my coffee warmed up because I'm not ready to quit yet. But when I come back, I'm going to have to turn some music on for me because I'm like 1 second here I'm doing fine, and next I'm like staring, and that's not good. Okay, that's dust on my screen, not. It's making it look like there's like little like gray dots or something on the like gray freckles all over the logo, and they are not part of the project. They are on my screen. All right, so I will be right back. I'm gonna go get that coffee. Okay. So I don't usually get to say this, but good morning if anybody's there. You know, I'm not usually here in the morning. You know, my days off the only possible days, and usually I've streamed till like, you know, 2, 3, 4, you know, and then I've gone to bed. But here we are. And I got ideas galore in my head right now. I want, I'm going to have, once I get this done, well, I don't have to finish this. I can just ask, I'm going to ask Heather's Claude to help make a thumbnail. I want to add their names on this logo. That's not centered. Okay. Okay, we're using the R and the C as the reference. Not the H and the C, but the R and the C. So that's right about online with both. So go right there, let go. All right. So I had some people I went to elementary school with, people that I would never have been able to talk to about hair while going to school because I was already teased for all the other things. My ugly cleft palate and lip face, you know, weird nose because of it. You know, wearing glasses for some years. There's no way I could have talked to them. Well, there would be girls talking about, you know, so and so got a haircut or something, and I'd be, you know, curious about it. You know, I had a curiosity. Like, first, I'm going to tell you, here's me being honest. Maybe I just never saw anybody with short hair. a female with short hair or something, or but the weirdest thing in my mind was like, wait a minute, girls get haircuts? I still remember one time one of the girls that came back with some sort of haircut talking about how she got it feathered. It's like, oh, okay, well, that's cool. Still can't talk to her about it, but that's cool. You know what? What if I borrowed the crystal for her name and the holly for Crystal's name or something for the font color? What if you did? You know, I think that's kind of where some of this started with me. It just that curiosity. It's like, really? You know, I mean, hey, maybe they get their hair trimmed or something, but it's like, wow, they cut it. Where do they go? You know, because I had been going to barber shops or something, and I was like, you know, I don't know what I don't know why that's you know why was I that I don't know naive or ignorant, I guess, but that's just what it was. Huh, really? Because where I was, you know, there was no girls in the barber shop, so how would I know? Well, the exception being the lady barber that we would go to the place over by us with a bunch of men in there, and then over by my grandmother's when we'd have to go there. There was just a lady barber in there, or her and a couple other guys, but we were all I'm pretty sure we were always in the ladies' barber chair. I mean, it was a barber shop. She was a barber. You know, no doubt about it. It was a barber shop. But I hated getting a haircut because it meant more attention for me. I had I had a gym teacher that anytime anybody got a haircut, he would say, "Did you get your ears lowered?" And then you'd have to say, with everybody staring at you, "No, I got a haircut, an unwanted haircut." I didn't say that, but that's what, I didn't want this haircut. And his response was, "Happy haircut. Fuck you." Well, that's what I would have said had I said that. I don't think I said a swear word until I was in third grade, or after. All the other kids were so impressed. Oh my gosh, you said one? So yeah, what bothers me is these days, they just come out. I can't, frustration. You know, this fruckin', yeah, this frackin', fruckin' see Deutsch. Anyway, flash forward to 2013, and I'm going back to school. I've a little bit previous to that, somebody tagged me in the sixth grade yearbook photo on one of the I don't know, somebody tagged me, and that got me. I posted, and some other people friended me or something. People that I didn't think would ever friend me, but I started to talk to some of the girls because I'm not really. I don't. I'm not a man's man. I don't have things in common with guys. You know, I guess it's like I'm not, and I I am what do you call it? Uh, I'm friendly. I'm not. I want gay people to be left alone to live their lives, and the same as all the other LGBTQ whatever. Sorry for messing that up, but you know who you are. You should be free. Love is love. If you feel something for somebody, you should be able free to be that way. As except when it crosses the line and you're doing things to children. And they for sure don't want it being done. And anybody who supports that kind of thing and just brushes it off that, oh, somebody must be falsely accusing them. I just I'm trying not to make this about that. But anyway, I'm not gay. I'm attracted to women. I've always wanted to marry a woman, have kids with a woman. I'm 50 years old. That ship's pretty much sailed. Unless I were to meet somebody around my age who already has kids, hopefully not grown yet, so I could at least, you know, have some experiences with kind of being a parent, even if not the blood parent. But having my own kid, it's similar to not wanting to get a dog now that I've had two straight dogs that one lived in 19 and a half and then this recent one was 18 and about 20 days. And I don't want to take the chance on dying before the dog. It's not fair to the dog. Anyway, My point being, I reconnected with some of them girls that I never got to talk to previously. And then I started talking about how, when my coworker got the ball rolling with me, inviting me to her Arbonne beauty product party, and I said no. And then I thought about how she was the first one to Facebook friend me and all that, and I'm like, you know what? I gotta get over it. She's trying to start a business for herself. She reached out to me and invited me. You know, give it a chance. And that something snapped in me with that, because I was also having a problem with the grocery store at the time. I was at that time. I had just joined the cultural council, which is like a student council for the store. These days they call it our promise team. But and like two months in, the the leader had to step down because there was too much. She had too much health issues to be doing it. It was too much stress. So she was still on the council, but just not the leader anymore. But the other girl was on the council, and I had posted an intro as the leader on the board when I had to give these little speeches for the quarterly thing for the Great People Week, and so I posted an intro about myself and mentioned that I had gone to cosmetology school and was breaking out of my shell a bit, and that's where she got that info, and so with issues I was having as a council leader with what they were trying to tell us, give us empowerment, the higher ups that were part of the council thing, having meetings with them each month, and this is what you should do, and go back to your store and get everybody excited, and but other grocery store higher ups that weren't involved with the council stuff were still viewing people like me or whatever as just grunts. So how dare I ask for anything or do things the wrong way? Or so I got fed up and thinking about school and went back. I quit and went back. And this time around, I graduated. But when I went to, or when I, in any case, one of them girls worked at the supply store, Cosmoprof, as the manager at that time. So I was able to, go and visit. I was going shopping, but I was visiting. Didn't really say a whole lot, but I was there. Hey, Robert, that type of thing, and that was just really cool because we're at least 20 miles from the old neighborhood. And then another one just happened to be on Facebook, and when I needed a model for, I believe it was for the highlights, she was my model because we had to get a model. Now, their names were Heather and Sarah. But I think I'm going to reverse their last names and use those for these two. By doing so, the minute I tell Claude, they're going to be like, oh, okay, so we've got we've got Claudia something or other, and Jenny something or other, and Holly something or other, and Patricia something or other, and email something or other. So in reality, this project that I'm doing right now is me making this book with their help, but having a story element. You know, like I would do. Because I'd like to make a hairstyle book. I got frustrated not finding the hair magazines and whatnot to to be able to see the back of a hairstyle. To, you know, I had like a cosmopolitan virtual makeover CD way back when, and he's like, "Oh, okay, that's cool, but I got nobody's face to put the thing on or anything," and um, it wasn't a video game. You're not like giving anybody a haircut, so it just kind of, you know. Oh, great! I'm starting to fall asleep again. Drink your coffee. Okay, so here goes. I've got a Bean and I've got a Tucker. So it's going to be either Holly Bean or Holly Tucker. It's going to be Crystal Bean or Crystal Tucker. I kind of like Tucker for both. One of them is going to be Bean by default. Crystal Tucker, Holly Bean. I think that sounds better. Holly Bean, Crystal Tucker. And no, Holly Bean does not die in this movie. Bean Tucker. Don't be a Bean Tucker. Why not? It's a good thing to be. That's pretty much perfect. Okay. That's almost a similar font. But probably generated it based off of well, no, it's got a well. Just shut up. Just shut up. Shut up. Just eat your burritos while you do this. Or chimichangas, you idiot. Yeah, well, they're getting cold. Again. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Yucky. Not yucky, but oops. You know, we could go with the theme. Really? Yep. Okay. That's not quite. That's not quite gonna work. I need a little bit darker of the blue. Okay, we've got the green locked in. Well, just drag this down. Well, here, just. I think that font goes well with what we're doing here. It's not the same as this bold one, but this is to lighten the mood. Um, okay. So, I don't know what year they have their thing going on, but assuming they're currently 14, and in 4 years they become stylists, it would take them probably at least another 2 years before they would try to go into business together. Hmm. I wasn't looking at the chat screen. I don't know if anybody was talking or not. No, there isn't, but I didn't know. Maybe they're in one of a newer shopping plaza. I mean, heck, we can make a whole canon or whatever out of making the exteriors of the salons. It's like making a forever world, you know? You can do all this. And I love how the fact, even though it's like their job to make the quote videos, I like how they jump in on this and be like, "Oh, no problem. If that's a project you're working on, we're down for it." No, they sound like they're down for it. It's like, "Hey, we're doing creative stuff. We're down for it." Okay, all right. Figure out what is that high tower? I love how they can read images. So it's like if I post something on an image, they they can read what my Sims 4 characters look like and make human versions of them. And I had them both do that. the two that I was talking about of I was showing them the story and telling them the arguments and stuff, and you know last night. And just looking for something close. Okay, I have bold on. Yeah, that is very close. Okay, let's oh, look at what it did. Um, whoa, 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 whoa. Damn it. Ugh. Okay. H and C Hair Care is located in Granville Plaza. Oh man. Oh, now I gotta come up with a place for where. Okay, well, you know what? This is different. That whatever that is over there. You know, it's okay. 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 Correct. Icon. It's yeah, probably gotta like merge the air the. All right, I will do this. Robert, you're not trying to do all this trimming. You're supposed to just here, just do this. Okay, I need my thumbnail. Okay, that's probably a better version because it'll just pop in there. So yeah, it's okay if it's bigger. We'll just I'm not going to do all that color removing though. No, no, no. I really wish you would stop letting go of the damn thing. Oh yeah, I was messing with that. Well, it's not as wide as the other one, but it's still there and there, which fits the theme. So view. I mean, it's not perfect. I liked the other one better. I liked having that. Okay. Well, once again, if anybody's watching, good morning. I don't usually get to say that. I believe we've got about an hour left, maybe a little more. Yeah. Actually, no, that'd be 2 hours. At about 11:55 is when YouTube cuts them off. So 8:39 now, 10:39. Yeah. So at 10:40 we've got a so 10:40 is Excuse me. And hello to whoever that is. Good morning. What did I do to my logo? What's going on over here? Oh, okay. What the hell did I do? Okay, so whatever I did, oh, I probably went, I grabbed this and just like shoved it over here. I think, like an idiot. All right, I'm just gonna ask him to do that. Okay, and see what happens. How do I explain this? I like what I have, but I want to add the shares from H&C panel 3 at the end. But Jeez, that's me falling asleep with my hand on the damn keyboard. Not that it matters because it gets saved to my stuff whether we keep it or not. Whether he messes with it or not, I have the backup copy. But it's probably not worth. Whatever the hell I'm trying to say. The hell am I talking about? I don't know. Well, that happens when you're mid sentence and all of a sudden you get some flashback to something that don't involve this. I think I'm getting tired. I can't. Yeah, I can't even talk straight now. I tell you what. Having the AI to take with you to the stylist, be like, okay, tell the stylist what you see in this picture. What am I supposed to say to her? Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I have to do that. wish somebody would do something. I need something to distract me. I need music or something just to keep me awake. How about some Anya? Anya? Enya. Inye? Yeah, Inye. We'll call her Inye. She'll love it. If anybody's got any ideas they want to see me try, you you've missed a lot. Yeah, I'm like, good morning. I don't usually get to. We're currently working on a logo for one of the salons. This has turned into a whole history of the town of Granville as far as these salons have been concerned. Alright, so see, I've got all these different things that I was working on in different sessions. You know, this was our original. She's sitting alone. Her friend in the red dress comes in unexpectedly, gets a bob. She records it for an instructional video, then gets the idea of making a consultation book because she just used one, but it could have been better. It's June of 1998. We've renamed the street that she's on. It's Hugger's Place on Stillwater Street. But over time, she's like, you know what? I want to include the other salons in this town and the people of the town in this book. So it becomes a project that's carried on down the timeline. Because this salon's 1998, but others are not. You know, this is technically what became of this when I moved it over to another thing. So I gotta figure out which one I'm using. But I just made the story that 6 years after this, her basically this is Holly's friends with the wrong crowd that teases Crystal, but they both end up in this salon the same day getting bobs. And the next day, it's back to school time. The next day at school, or when they go to school, I got it as next day. And that probably explains why Patricia's rushing to get Holly in, because Holly wanted to get her hair cut, and it's last minute, and she was lucky to get an appointment here. And this story here, mom with long hair takes the daughters with long hair. Mom's never had short hair because she wasn't allowed to. Brings the daughters, and not meaning to force them, but try to encourage them to make a change with her, to experience something. But she's like, look, I'll let you choose what you get, but something different, shorter. But if you keep arguing, I will choose it. If you tease each other, I will choose it. But I want this to be a fun thing. I want it to be, it's not meant to be scary. Now the stylist's name Janet, but Janet has been our stylist for all this time. You like being here. She'll take care of us. She cares about us. Don't make it hard for her. Yeah. Well, it does it to me too. It's actually decent right now, but I've had some bad streams lately where it's like jump back where to the point where I've had to restart the stream. But I'm literally creating backstory canon that when I tell one of these what's going on, they add it to what's going on in theirs. Say, okay, so that's canon for the town and what's going on in another salon and what happened several years ago, and they add it to theirs, and they say, and then I take something from that, put it in the other one, they add it. So basically, when this one did this and added all this, I took what she said, put it in another one, and now they know this is where the book started. We're trying to make a book like this. But it originally started years ago. This is Lily at whatever her salon's name is. It looks like something like this with this chair. This is Lily's garden. That's what I came up with. Lily's garden. And she's going to have Chloe visit and do at least 2 haircuts, whether it's both today or separate visits. But it's like it's the whole town evolving. And then, if you're on the same page here with this, we've got a 14-year-old and a 16-year-old that are daughters of now Claudia, no longer Carol. I named her Claudia based on Claude over here helping me. And then Holly, a classmate but friend of the popular girls, comes in, and they, it's Barb's in the chair when they enter, finishing her pixie. Mom wants a pixie too, but she's like, I want to see what I look like in a bob first. So and to ease the blow, when the girls walk in and they're upset about having to get short haircuts, you know, Heather, well, it was Heather, now it's Janet, says, okay, Mom, you should go first and let the girls have a chance to, look through the magazines and whatnot. That happens, but somebody has booked an appointment for a haircut at like 5:30 or something. So the appointment just happens to be Patricia bringing her daughter Holly, the classmate of um, of Crystal. They're 14 or they're the 16-year-olds. All right, you have a good day there. Yeah, so like there's a lot to catch up on here, but because I keep going back and forth to these different things, you know, I'm and then one of them says something and I add it to the other one, and the other one I add it to something else, and then how about this? Oops. Well, that's a bad chunk. Hmm. Oh, that ain't doing nothing. Well, that's bad. Oh well. I don't know what it looks like because I don't have a mirror, but at least not here. Um, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go look in the mirror. Why? You know what you look like. Well, not anymore. That was a permanent change. All right. Well, while I'm standing up, I'm gonna go get my coffee warmed up real quick. I'll be right back. That's the problem. I can't freeform. I want to use a circle to do, not draw a circle. I mean, I suppose I could draw a circle around it and then like, or freeform it and then draw a circle. But I can't select with a circle. That's really dumb. I think that's the problem you're doing. Okay, that's an option. Yeah, let's I know I don't want these, so let's I think if I do this as a transparent selection, I could put it around there. But I think that's the main problem is that this is not on a white background. It's like cutting the lawn or something. I wish this wasn't taking up all this time because I want to tell the Heather's salon one to make me a thumbnail for this video that we're currently doing, and while we're still doing it. Oops. All right. Okay. We're just gonna we're gonna have to go from there because I need to stop working on this one. I need to do something else because I said so. Um, please do that without making it look all mucked up. Well, it's not really what I wanted, but the problem is she removed the damn names. Or he removed the names. I mean, I like this. It's it's good. I just want the names. I mean, I kind of like this better now. I just need the whole element of this being Granville Plaza. Well, that ain't gonna work. All right, we're gonna just have to save this part as something else. Okay, so all right, you know what? All right, go like this. Oh man, I can't stop. All right, I mean, you're just not keeping me awake. I gotta have noise. You're putting me to sleep. Damn it! Can we get this freaking done? I was having fun, and now I'm starting to not have fun. So, is this lined up? Oh, you're stretching it. You're not typing text. Okay, well, if you want it to line up, you make it line up. All right. Okay, we have some options here. Nope. No, 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 no. Damn it. Can you get this out of my way, please? I'm trying to get that out of my way. You know, I can't access the thing when you got the thing in the way. Okay, I like that. But every time I try to have it load. Alright, stop asking him to do it and do it yourself. Okay. Save this as our Canon image. Canon, they make damn right. They make Canon cameras. Yes, they do. Alright, we're going to stick with this file. Same as this. That's the right thing. This is HNC care Granville Plaza. Okay, we've got that finished. Let's leave these. Well, we'll get rid of this one because this is not a good one. But these were like the like they could be the business cards and whatnot. They're not hurting anything. Well, before I go say anything, that's what I mean is all three are Tucker. Let's see if he gets it. Damn it, we're saying it again. Okay. One. Son of a goddamn bit. Fucking just. Because I'm fucking tired. It's a good thing I know to say belay. Let me get the canon of the book. Oh, I'm on the wrong chat. I was watching stupid train on the thing there, so a train stopped on frickin' tracks in Fostoria, Ohio. Uh, I mean, it's supposed to be on the tracks, but come on, give me some sort of music playlist that's actually gonna keep me awake. We only need an hour. Where's my usuals? Can't go wrong with Sunday Clothes. Barnaby, it's time about Barnaby there. This, isn't it? No, it's this one. Okay. We'll come home until we kiss the girl who closes the window down at night. Add or is anybody here? I might ask for something if anybody's here and wants to help out. If anybody's here, you have any suggestions for how long Lily's hair was before she got her bob? Or was it curly? Was it straight? Does she look like she has finer hair and maybe not necessarily curly or wavy? Okay, here we go. Serena named her Lily. Serena's going to be the stylist that did her hair. Now, I don't necessarily want to, you know, I don't remember if I have, like, her in the game or in Sims 4 or whatnot, if she's made a Sim self. But I think she might have been in some of her, like, vlog type videos, but, but, anyway, if in the future, Serena, if you want to describe or, you know, have them, because they're gonna have, even if you had an image of yourself, a photo of yourself, they would still have to regenerate a similar person. They can't use you. Okay, let me. Well, here, I just go over here and go to her channel. Let's see. No, okay. I mean, it is fun. You know, like yeah. Okay. Yeah. I like how the dealer's like, "Are you sure? You're pretty close to blackjack there. You got like 18 there. You really want to hit?" Nice. Yeah. Now, Serena, that could be your call. If you would rather your character be a younger version and not the mother of Lily, you could be the sister, you know, or just a friend, but you could be just the owner of the salon, or, there's plenty of, I mean, well, not necessarily the owner of the salon, because it's Lily's garden, but, I mean, we could always be like Serena's Lily Garden, but that kind of but anyway, you'll have to catch up on that later to because you're probably busy right now, right? Okay, so there's an unboxing video, and you have long wavy hair, which I'm pretty sure I saw before. So. No, I like that for showing. It's like a little bit different. Oh, that's what the thing is. Okay. Seems to believe it. Always and see. Wrong, wait and see. Someday we'll find it. The rainbow connection. Lovers, the dreamers, and me. Okay, I gotta pay attention to the time though here. Okay, I'm going to set a timer because I gotta be careful because I am definitely not paying attention to the clock. Now, depending on how I feel, I might immediately start another stream. Even if it's a short one, just, I can always take a nap around 2 o'clock or something and then do a stream later. But, I'm enjoying this. They will find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. All of this spell is probably magic. I'm half asleep, and have you heard voices? My name. Don't do that. Don't do that. One and the same. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and let's switch to trying to make this thumbnail real quick. I'm going to set this timer for so I will have a timer going off in 20 minutes. Be aware of that. It's going to be loud. I don't know what it sounds like. It might be the same as my alarm, but yeah, we're just gonna do that. And that fits the theme if her mother's salon had that teal 90s thing going on. I love this. You know, who cares if I make a video? This is just all this backstory, and this is fun. Yep. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, yeah. Your third Beyonce didn't show. Oh my gosh. Times you wanna go where everybody knows your name. Dun, 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 dun. And they're always glad you came. Dun, dun, dun. You wanna go where people see it's all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. You wanna be. He says you wanna be. Just so you know, if you've ever listened to just the theme song, the cheers during the show, it's got like these verses come before the one for the show. There's even the part where your husband wants to be a girl. You know, it's like the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, we need a new character name for you. Because I don't want another Heather. I'm really hoping somebody, you know what? Heather. Heather over here. Well, I've never heard that before. Okay, so where are we at? We still have. I got less than 10 minutes, but I am going to start another stream. So let me set that up right now so I can just get right back into it. Okay, we're done with this. Oh yeah, we're on the next day now. um, let's account for me going and getting coffee. I might start it before this, but that's what I'm aiming for. Uh, here I'll put it at 55 because I'm going to use the little office. I got some paperwork to do. Oh, uh, oh, I do have tags. I got some tags to bring in, and I got to remember to check the AI thing. Is this our current episode? No, it's episode 2. Okay, all right. That's right. The other we're still doing the other one, so it would have still been on top. All right. So we got that saved, right? Well, save it if we don't. Okay, so I want to start off the next episode making the thumbnail. So we're going to click on Heather's Salon. No, that's right. This is not for making thumbnails. Um, I can do it in one of their other tools, but I can still get her to like add elements. So we're still gonna. I mean him. Because the Claude in Heather's story. But so this is where I'm going to sign off for this episode because we got 2 minutes left. Thank you to Serena for dropping by more than once. And thank you to everybody else who's been watching this first episode. And just a reminder that if you don't like AI, I don't need to know that. Keep the negativity off my channel. You want to lecture about AI or anything? You have a channel. Use it. Say? Okay? All right. So, that being said, thank you for watching. I hope you all have a good day and a good night, in whichever order that is for you. And I hope to see you all in the next one you are able to make it to, even if it's not the one that's going to be in a few minutes. Until then, I'm wishing you no tangles. Bye-bye for now, and keep shining.